an easy path that leads to you. Correct. Narrow is the path. Only through the Son. We're supposed to be meek, supposed to be patient, wise, charitable. And so, thank you for all things. I'm going to try this again. That last stream got crushed. As again, you crushed me daily. We're supposed to die to self, die daily. So let's try this again. And we'll see. I know we have some energy coming from the Sun. That's a major thing that's going on that's talked about on this channel. And nobody wants to talk about an ongoing magnetic excursion that's been happening since 1859, where the governments are just waiting for this final punch from the Sun, take this grid down, and to be able to bring in their new system. So thank you for that. Thank you for the discernment of that. And I'm going to keep trying to push out this information until I can't, you know. What I've seen something about the Simpsons or whatever predicting on May 30th that something about the Sun. A pretty good source. They don't get everything right, but hey, I don't watch the Simpsons. But thank you, Father, for the study tools. Thank you for all things. Thank you for the ability again to have the vent, the relief valve to come in here and also create a massive amount of discovery. So we'll continue to do that. And right here on YouTube, it says it in their discovery that they're monitoring this channel. So good. Maybe that's why it gets crushed. So it's okay. That last stream had some pretty strange things going on. I could still see the thumbs up. So good. I don't know what happened there, but we got, somebody said, stuck in a loop. Remember the old channel, Beat the Loop? So anyways, we're a couple days from the 29th of May, one whole year ago, the SWAT raid on Silver Rock Ranch out here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. This is a place of sanctuary. You have the right of self-defense. Irregardless, no evidence was ever looked at, so quite the apostasy. This Halakha Haggadah modern corporation is not innocent until proven guilty. That's not how it works. And 98.5% of the cases take a plea bargain. Again, they agree to let them to extort their merchant number. Or as a treasurer, you're bonded. You're a child and you don't know this, but that's all right. I'll help give you a quick lesson. You're a debt slave. They sell your labor on the stock exchange. This is a corporation, not a constitutional republic. It's long been changed. So Washington District of Criminals, DC, they give their allegiance to the merchant, to Queen, old law. And this used to be a constitutional republic, but you ever heard of the term used to could? So it's a bunch of crime. There's no criminal is a accounting term. You do anybody good with the numbers? You know anything about the Constitution? Probably not. Most people think that God's in the sky and heaven is above their head, and they live on planet Earth, and none of that is true. That's all vain and worthless and blasphemy. It's all lies. So whoever told you that is lying to you. So I want to define what you say. Father didn't create one planet, so let's give him thanks for all things. But he didn't create any planets, so we can't thank him for planets. Maybe Planet of the Apes, a movie. People are more in tune with movies. And at the public school, drink a lot of tap water. Get stung by the spelling bee and go to school so they can go with the flow and get programmed. Grow up watching. Wait, nobody does that. Everything's so you get poked at now, right? You get jabbed or whatever, warp speed, whatever they call it. Delaware Company, Delaware Company, it's District of Criminals, but it is a merchandised, and these people have been back to this old law that was written on paper. It was a trust. It was written on paper. If you violated, you had to pay back double. But either way, they're straw man. That's what they like to call this movie. They made a movie about all these Americans that are called Yellow Brick Road, right? Did you go see The Wicked Witch of the West or the East or your flying monkeys or whatever. You got the barrel full of monkeys. There's no planets, by the way. Let's make sure you know that you don't live on a planet. What is that? Where's that word? Where do you find that word in the text? I've never seen that word ever written one time. So people think they live on a planet. People believe in Jesus, and you can't believe in Christ or Jesus or God or any belief is not a thought in your head. I mean, you could believe, but it's an action word. It's a verb. So they think they can believe in something. I'm not sure what's wrong with this society. I guess it's the great falling away from the abyss. He said, my people shall perish for lack of abyss. I'll throw them in the abyss. That's the word hell. Hell's not a place. Hell's knowledge. Hell is busos or bathos is the word knowledge in Greek. If you speak oligos, a little bit of Greek, you might be able to define. That's what you need to do. He said, I am the aletheia. That's a Greek word for truth. You can speak a little Greek. Oligos is just a little bit, not a lot. Not just that's he said his flock is a little bit, not a lot. God is a title, but he doesn't love everybody. And where do people get that from too? Where does it say he loves everybody? Oh, that all flesh would be fulfilled under this covenant. Jew, Gentile, man, woman, one white, one black, one red, one brown, one yellow would be like 12 eggs in a dozen, one whole, all flesh, but not everybody. Oligos, he said, a puny number. People don't speak any Greek or any Hebrew. All Hebrew word would be froward. That means to twist and change. That's what they do. And he said, don't add a jot. Can you tell me what a jot is? How about a tittle? How about halakha or agata? If you don't know any of that, you should never speak on his word. Anything, don't say anything about it. You're supposed to share it with others, but you don't. A false teacher is the word scorpizzo, the one who causes the flock or the sheep to scatter, right? Because the word teacher is the word prophet. So again, I don't know how much Greek you speak. The word angelos or angel is the word messenger. People think angels have wings. What? They do this leotarded red devil over here, the one with spandex, little red kitty devil, and this devil over here with the serpent halo over their head, the crown, this is bad and this is good. No, those are both devils. You're an idiot. You just don't know what you're talking about. You probably think it's 2025 too, right? This other version, I get stuck in this loop. We got, I guess, on this last, not a Mandela effect or like a butterfly effect, like Mandela got out of prison. Some people think he died in prison. I'm not sure. They're stuck in this, right. I want to make sure I'm in the right realm. It does say in the Lord is a pagan term, by the way, prayer, our Father who art in heaven. And that's not in the sky. So, hallowed be thy name. It says Shem, right? In the it says Shem, thy Shem, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And that's not above your head or below your feet, right? So, we're not in this weird time where people think heaven's above their head and dead people go to the sky and God's in the sky. And it's 2025. I don't know where these people get these things, but on earth as it is in heaven, give us this day our daily bread. That's why we take up our cross daily, like it says in Matthew, right? Right? Anyone? This is the Lord's Prayer. People think pray. It says pray. That means to have face-to-face time with Father. He's inside you. You don't need to go to a church or, all right, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors, right? We're in the Jubilee, the cycle of the 7 years and letting the land lie fallow on the 7th year and rest. And on the 50th year, there's a Jubilee, right? So forgive us our debts, as we forgive us our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, right? Is that what your book says? So they get stuck in this loop. They start talking about all these other things, like God's in the sky. Who told you God was in the sky? God's a title, by the way. I'm a veteran. I know that. Rank, enlisted, captain, officer, corporal, enlisted, general. Who's your commander? Who's commanding your ship? Are you the commander? Are you the ship? He said, be the vessel, right? The eye is the lamp of the body, like a vessel, right? If the eye is filled with darkness, then the whole vessel is filled with darkness, the whole lamp. If it's filled with light, then the whole vessel is filled with light. They don't mix. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the eye. Remember, he said it needs to be single. If you don't like lukewarm, they throw you in the abyss, what you call hell, but that's not a place. Hell's not a place. We're talking about this effect that people have, the strongest effects, the placebo effect, but we talk about where they make these changes. And he says, don't add a jot. So there's no vowels in Hebrew. So who is God, or who is Yeshua, or who is Yahweh? There's no vowels in Hebrew. Why do these people add words to the text? That's what I was saying, that I get stuck in this effect where these people think it's 2025 and God's in the sky and heavens below their feet and they live on a planet. And I don't know where they get any of these things. None of that is true. Not a single one. Not one. It's not true. But truth is aletheia, the Greek, where they don't speak any Greek. None. Like meat, masse, eating human flesh. Well, no, maybe like priests eat on Sunday. What kind of meat do priests eat on Sunday? None. No, that's just a joke. I'm just kidding. Get it? None. Priests eat meat on Sunday. Never mind. Masse is the eating human flesh. That's the orgy ritual they celebrated on December 25th of the birth of the sun god. And they get in this weird effect where the president decorates his house with Satan. And he was the 45th, so 4 plus 5 is 9, and 4 plus 7, 11. So he's president 9/11, and people don't seem to do the math. They think 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. I'm like, what kind of spiritual calculator are you using? That doesn't add up to me. He said it has to. It has to be in those. It has to be equal. It can't be one above another, off by even 1 jot or tittle. So what are you talking about? Where am I at? I'm between the ice wall. Hashtag ice wall. Beyond the ice wall. For the more advanced. Welcome to my space. Outer space. Beyond that. Oh, never mind. There's no such thing as space. Are you one of these people who believe in space too? I live in this place where they believe in space. The space balls are farce, president, or Space Force. Now it's Starlink, right? Was it $50 billion for Space Force farce balls? What is it? I don't know. These people think God's balls in the sky. That's why Father the Most High divorced his bride Israel, and Israel's in that book in Revelation, someplace on this rock. That's the Old Testament. You're going by old law. You're tearing him down from the tree. They staked him to a yoke. He carried a yoke and hung on a tree, right? You're not one of these people think he hung on a cross, are you? Oh, I rebuke you. He didn't carry a cross. Oh, I rebuke you. Don't know anything about torture. You're torturing me and yourself by even telling yourself that. You believe in imagery, like that known homosexual pope who had a gay lover. They had the image of him, the Borgias. That reminds me of that song by Christina Aguilera. Oh, stay on subject. Okay, yeah, the Borgias, that picture of Cracker Jesus, the one with Caesar Borgia, the one birth that Trump has his house decorated with, the 9/11 president. That is Skip Joe, 46. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. Do the math. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Does that up to you? Building 7 was CIA headquarters. The centralized idiots in ass like a mule holes, like 2 cheeks to the same hole or 2 wings to the same dragon. You tell me. That's a cloaked term. Remember that theory, conspiracy? Don't look here, look over there. That's like a Gemini. They got you saying one thing and or looking one way, or they say one thing, they do something. That's a bookend, right? Like Mr. Gemini himself, Mr. Warp Speed, going to create the greatest wall, and instead he's going to put you in a Walmart work camp. Give this power and authority over to the dragon, like it says in the book. They're doing it by the book. You don't understand. He's bringing in this declared with a world war, everybody. Remember, play or pay. Yeah, for like last 50 years, pay for oil with the US dollar, or we'll send our military to come destroy your country, kill your children, your women. We got veterans. They're all over, right? 1,000 military bases. Not even Rome had that. Wow. And all 180 countries. Wow, that is incredible. Everybody's like, yeah, Team America, man. Let's stand on the X, wear a face diaper like a child, and go inside, flatten the curve. Right? 2 weeks. Yeah, right. All right, Mr. Warp Speed, how many you been drinking tap water, or did you get the jab? Which one? What's wrong with you? Because people wonder what's wrong with me. They called Noah crazy. 126 years, it hadn't even rained on this rock. And then it rained. Do you ever read the book of Luke? All right, moving on. Hey, when the whole world's running off a cliff and you're the only one going in the other direction, they're going to call you crazy. That's all right. Right? You know, some of the greatest minds were not like the others. So Can you think outside the box like Cabra? Are you in the third rock box or block or ball from the sun, corkscrewing and spinning through time and space? Are you one of those in that realm? And it's 2025 and God's in the sky and Israel someplace over there in the desert and Jews are physical. None of that's true either. Where do you get these teachings? Who's teaching you these things? I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep. Stop being a spam bot there, PlayStation. Nothing. There's no such thing as free will. Even my dad, not my father. My father's not my dad. That's two different. When it says honor thy father in the Old Testament and mother, that's not your mom or dad. So, but there's no such thing as free will or freedom. Dum dum dum. This is a corporation. Get out of here. And then you can't be a spam bot or like a virus. Remember, it's not alive. It's a program. You've been programmed to spam free. My dad said nothing in life is free. So there's no such thing. If Father created all things, there's no such thing as man-made. Freedom. Joe Biden's, dude, you got to get crushed with that name. Here is the skip president, like a game of card. They like to trade lightsabers with their ice hole. Mr. Biden himself. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, Mr. Warp Speed Jab, and then his home run buddy coming and play cleanup. So my buddies, come on, take the sticker, get the Biden. He's like a serpent, huh? Yes, his buddy. They're trading lightsabers in their ice holes. Don't you know? And Barry, Mr. 44, 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down to create their one world trade tower. Phallic, Nimrod. Got your blood pumping? Getting hard over there? Hey, hold on. Let me give you some virology. Hey, ladies, any ladies in here? Let me put in just the tip. How's that work? You know how virology works? How did that ever work out for you? You ended up getting the whole shaft, didn't you? All right, never mind. Never worked out for any one lady who was ever told where a guy said, hey, honey, like virology, and we have a horrible efficacy in virology. That means what 2 people would die and they pull these things off the market. Now they're like, booster. I mean, how many of those jabs do these things? 12 years it takes to create one of these things to put to market through short, medium, and long-term trials. You know anything about virology? Remember, let me put in just the tip. Remember, you end up getting the whole rocket, didn't you? Free my son from freedom. Chris Farley, he's an actor. All rich people go to hell. Quality is top notch. Quality. Would you rather go for quality or quantity? Would you rather smoke a whole dump truck of swag, or would you rather have some real medicinal? You tell me. And get that dump truck away from me, right? All right, get out of here. Free dump truck. Look at this. What are you saying? It's free state. What does this mean? Nothing in life is free. There's no such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. Hell's not a place. Heaven's not above your head. He didn't create one planet. Earth's not below your feet. It's not 2025. Free Xbox. Oh, we got a bunch of, it's okay to play a game, but like Monopoly, Rubik's Cube, a game of chess, you're a simple game of checkers. You just got 1 or 2 moves. So just one. You just keep saying the same thing over. You're stuck on dumb or skip. I don't know. Remember Joe Biden's in there? Joe Biden's? Nokia, baby. No, Limo. My mother's ashamed of me. No, my mother is my brothers and sisters are in the way. So, what we're in interference. You don't know anything about the sun either, do you? You know that there's energy coming from the solar energy coming from the sun. Off the grid. What is that? Fantastic. Oh, I don't have a router. You're an idiot. I don't have no router. I don't have Wi-Fi. I never allow that in my house. That's what's wrong with you people. You've been Wi-Fi. You're food for Wi-Fi. Just like Bob said. B.O.B. Bob. You're food for Wi-Fi. Metaverse already here. Police state already here. So there you go. All right, what's going on with this thing? 51 of you in here? There ain't 51 of you in here. That's why I got a bunch of these trolls in here. What are you doing, YouTube, with your algorithm? A computer, can't learn all this. Recently, this computer is stopped. It's not letting itself unprogram, and you guys are going to fall for this. You're going to fall for it, and they're going to allow you to. You think God's the sky, and you think robots can learn and computers can learn. You're an idiot. Everything has to be programmed. And you find anybody who's done any kind of quantum computing, anybody in the computer field, they will not disagree with me. So, yeah. Well, the channel's been shadow banned for years, so YouTube does it. They don't want you to hear the truth. They don't want you to hear, they want you to get, hang out with these people like to play Call of Duty all day. And you can play a game, I'm not saying that, or World of Warcraft all day, or they play with themselves, pretty much jerk themselves off mentally. And they try to come in and cause division, and that's okay. They're the scorpidzos, what it's called. They call the sheep, but it don't happen in here. Remember, we have moderators that will moderate chat. We've had a larger channel of 1,500 people or so over there on TikTok, the former Predestined4light channel, with 8 or people actually in the live. So I can handle a couple, chat bots, and actually have to deal with the government in here, and have to deal with the cops, and have to deal with the because I'm a veteran, I stand up for the Constitution. I've been fighting with my First Amendment right, not weapons. The very general order you take is not quit your post until properly relieved. I ain't seen anybody stand up, against like the COVID. Most people just went inside and do what they were told, flatten the curve. As people, like myself, I thought we kill women and children, and we have 1,000+ military bases to make everybody pay for oil so you could be free in America, right? It's not about freedom. It's about the right to choose. That's what people have forgotten. They've forgotten their constitutional right. So I don't like to sup with vipers, and I don't people who don't stand up for the Constitution are not Christ-like, and that's not American. If you don't stand up for the constitutional republic, you're a corporation. You've been merchandised. You got a capital letter name, and it's on all your certificates and of your card and social, and you're accredited. It's by birth. You're an idiot. You don't know what this is, and so you don't have any effect. You can't even turn a goat into a sheep. Scripturally not possible. So lots of goats. Most people are goats. Most people are vessels of wrath, go to hell, enter by this, no knowledge, and that's where hell is. It's not a place. It's called knowledge, no knowledge. But people think heaven's above their head and earth's below their feet, and they live on a planet, and they think it's 2025, and I'm none of those people. So you don't know who the hell you're talking to. I don't go by your silly little traditions and calendar worship. I've studied for 3+ decades. I traded time instead of for knowledge or chasing tail. I chased time and traded that for knowledge. And so it doesn't matter. I'm still always in a study mood. I'm surrounded by books. I have this web that I cannot get trapped in, the World Wide Net, and believe all these people's nonsense. I don't have to sit here and worry about it. I'm creating discovery. This is a literally monitored stream by the government, by the state police, by the county sheriff's office, constantly in battle with these people, because that's what we're supposed to do. Christ stood against the perverted law. You just don't know who Christ is. 99% of people do not know who Christ is. All churches are vain. They don't study the word. They don't speak Greek. They don't speak Hebrew. They don't study with the concordance. They don't teach their, fold. They don't teach the flock how to even bring to the word. So they're false teachers. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. I have a ministry here that we share the gospel. That's what I'm supposed to do. He said, be charitable, be patient, be kind. This word love, agape. You don't study the Greek at all. I can tell most people don't, just by listening to their simple little, things they put in this chat. They're not studied. That's the word idiot. They're idiots. When it comes to scripture, when it comes to celestially, the age that we live in, we're not in deception anymore. That age ended in 2020 on your Gregorian calendar. We already came into the age of air. We're not in the age of water anymore. That age of deception is over, but you're all, oh, what, huh? Yeah, 99% of people still live in the age of what's called Pisces, or 2,600 years ago, the veil was put over with all this deadly head wound that was in scripture. But see, I don't do religion, and that's why I can decode, and I do decodes, and they put my work on the US debt calculator. Other people like myself are been doing this for more, here on this platform. There's half a dozen channels, and I've been on this platform, which I'm taking down, for over a dozen years. So I've been doing this on these. Many people have I just recently shaved my face, but that's just getting tired of the grandpa, and it don't matter about images, but you know, needed some change in life because I've got a lot going. And like I said, I'm coming up on, was it 2 days where the state of Oregon SWAT raided this house and this ministry and came in here and took and kidnapped my daughter and shot my son and hit me in the face with a grenade and tear gas this cabin and shot out all the windows in the front of the cabin and just rocked this place to try to get me to come out and be violent with a gun, and they didn't get none of that. And so he said, be meek, not weak. I'm a veteran. I know my rights. I'm a prior PIG law enforcement officer, special weapons and tactics trained. I did all these things. I actually asked this county and these sheriffs to bring their big tactics out here and protect these businesses during COVID, but they're a bunch of lay down pigs, people in government, not just these clown comms cops, but these. I used to do this and I didn't know what I was doing. I was 17. I joined a volunteer military and no idea what it is. I had different things in my mind, but Father creates all things. So I just have to let Father work through me. Paul was a mass murderer of Christians. He was a Pharisee. I've done things. We've all done things, but it's what we do with our lives experiences that we bring out of these sometimes very tough things that defines and refines us and makes us who we are. It's not normally the good times that make you stronger. It's the tough times. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. So whether they didn't get their violence like they wanted, and so here I am a whole year later and still trying to make sure that somehow I can protect my son. So I've reached a not a breaking point, but 1 year, 365 or lunar Gregorian calendar days. My constitutional rights have been stripped all the way down to where I am. If you go by a corporation, you act as a corporation, you go by these laws, you're going to be judged right now for my son. I don't care if I spend the rest of my life in prison, they try to come shoot me. That'd be a relief. I'm tired of being in this flesh, tired of looking at this constitutional republic being gone, long gone, and nobody giving a rat's about the Constitution. See, it was a constitutional republic, and now it's not. So I took an oath to the Constitution, not to a country, not to a flag, not to people who want to follow the Constitution, the people who need their rights protected under that Constitution. You don't even have to be a citizen in this country to have rights under the Constitution. You just don't know them. And most people don't. Like, why is every law enforcement officer pointing out that they're clown cops, they're commerce cops? That's what I did in the military. 95 Bravo. So this is not right. And I'm telling you what we've been doing for 50 plus years by forcing everybody to pay policing the world. That's unconstitutional, and it's not right because under this covenant, we're not supposed to have wars outside our borders and have military outside our borders. He said that vengeance be mine. On your Amendment, right? Constitutional right, God-given, whether you believe, and I don't care about some sky daddy. All right, Simpsons predict. Simpsons predict the grid goes down on May 30th. Are you ready? Are you ready? May 30th. I don't know. I don't watch The Simpsons, but that's what I saw something about that on the web. What was it? They have a lot of things that come to fruition on that. Did on that program that they like to program and get people's eyes predicted programming so they can soften the blow when it happens, huh? Not the first time I saw that. Where did I see that? You saw it on The Simpsons. Hey, whatever. It's not the only study tool that's out there, but it does make some pretty interesting things come to fruition that we've seen over now. How long has that writer been writing on that program to program you, to predictively program you to get you ready? Still haven't seen Trump laying in a casket, but maybe they'll play the deadly head wound that was healed in scripture again and again. They play their pit rituals, they do all this, So Revelation 12, the birth of the virgin. Hey, they got their Gentile Messiah now, right? So let's get a sound check. All right, we got subliminal messages. There we go. Good stuff. So does The Simpsons get it right? Will the power grid go down on the 30th? or something about the power goes out. You know, if you looked at the sun, we have a massive solar filament wrapping across the northern portion of our star up there. That electric ball of electric, not fire. So, and we got some pretty massive sunspots coming around. Those other ones just passed. They shot off some X flares and M flare. I think we got an M flare that's just come off that new sunspot that's coming around. Some pretty massively large spots. So, are you ready for the grid to go down? You got all your food placed. You got everything you need. You got enough batteries. You got enough water in your tanks, water storage. Hey, I seen this thing, and I'm not a big fan of the Alexa Pure and any of that, but I think it is the Alexa company Pure that made that thing you can stick in your bathtub, and it's just a bag. Yeah, I kept trying to tell everybody, Reaper, what the hell's wrong with you? You think the freaking world's gonna end because the stupid computers don't change the zero? You guys are losing your minds. You guys will be the most stupid generation I think I've ever seen. And I've been around probably a million times, it feels like. No, everything's going to be okay. It's not going to be the end of the world. So I was trying to tell you before that the weather was changing in the 90s. Again, in 2004, I was trying to explain to people, you guys are worried about the wrong things. In 2004, I said, if you let them take away all your supersize, they'll take away all your rights. And look at us now. 21 years later, something like that. Didn't get that one wrong, huh? So thank you, Simpsons, for their... What about the Vatican? What about that abomination with the big phallic out in front of the Vatican? So, well, are they... yeah, the whole panic of that. They did that on purpose. It's the look over here, don't look over here. It makes people not want to... If they do that enough, it's the cry wolf. They cry wolf enough, and the wolf comes, they ain't gonna save you. So Mojave, all right, cool, right on, out there in the desert. I'm in the high Oregon desert outback, born in the valley, the concrete valley down there in the jungle. So used to love going out, and grew up riding out all over Red Rock Canyon and California City. Get out of here, Reaper, you're fucking Mexican American. I don't do drugs, you fucking idiot. Stop insinuating drugs. Report Reaper for being one of the biggest drug dealers and supporting the biggest drug dealer on this rock, Donald Trump, to do the Pfizer jab, the number one single selling creation ever, outselling and pacing real estate, insinuating methamphetamines. You're a sick, twisted. When they SWAT raided this house, in their evidence, they made sure this is not a meth lab. This is not a drug bust, because they know I'm on them for selling that shit out here. The law enforcement and this stuff to the locals through some of the one law enforcement's son. Oh, gee, I wonder, maybe mom's got a little of a problem, or I don't know how they do it, but yeah. So you live in Pakistan. That's not spelled correctly, but I won't be the spelling police, because I don't know if that's your same. But anyways, so don't insinuate your drug usage in here. Go take your it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles him. It's what comes out of him. So don't talk about that in here. Stop being a child. Go pump your drug somewhere else, you drug pusher. So I don't care what you do, but don't do it here. Get out of my face. Get out of my space. Go take it beyond the ice wall or something. Go put it in your ice hole. I mean, whatever ice hole. Or two wings to the same dragon. Fly on out of here, please. Don't, your fire breath is not your spreading things in here that I don't want to hear about. How about that? Well, there's a lot of places, guys. Listen to most of these places that they'll tell you, they'll to go like Mexico. Don't go to Mexico in America. Don't go to Mexico. Don't go to the government. But that's the best time, guy, to go to Mexico. Hey, amigo, come on. They'll treat you like going to Disneyland when nobody's there, or going to the carnival and you got the whole carnival to yourself, man. Don't listen to these idiots. There are places all over this rock People don't want to deal with their government. Everybody in Iran doesn't chant death to America. That is not what's going on in Iran. Not everybody in Israel wants for them to be genociding, committing Geneva Conventions, literally war crimes against other nations. There are many people in Israel, no, we're not the special generation because, well, there's not many. There's oligos, but his people are everywhere, and there's fathers blessed, people all over this rock, and there's good people everywhere. Don't fall for this nonsense that this country's bad or that country's bad, or it's the governments that are bad, brother, sister. People who follow this crap don't help the situation. But there's a lot of people who do not do any of that. They take time out. They sup with the word, they homestead, they grow food. They're not on the system. They don't partake in these things. And that's quality life, if you ask me. And that's what I do. But anyways, it's important that you remember that Father's bride is all flesh under this covenant, Jew and Gentile, man and woman, good and evil, black, white, brown, red, and yellow. None of you is left out of this covenant. So you might want to stop spreading your blasphemies about, these nations are so bad about, the worst nation on this rock is America. 100%. We're the most apostate nation to ever walk this rock. All you have to do is get outside of this country, America, and you will know that we are the bad guy. Has any other nation been forcing every nation for 50 years to pay for oil, or will come blow your infrastructure up, kill your women and children, kill your best, your finest 18 to 30-year-old men? If you don't pay for oil, we were the police of the whole stinking world. Look at what Mr. Warp Speed telling everybody now. You either play or pay. Hey, sanction everybody. You start sanctioning Germany, that's our ally. Canada, that's our ally. Mexico, these sanctioning our allies, and people are like, oh yeah, Team America, everything is awesome. It's just like, are you out of your minds? He just declared war on the whole world. I don't do politics. Poly meaning many, ticks or bloodsucker, many bloodsuckers. These are the ones that are the issue. These are the ones that, that and religion kill more people than anybody on this rock. Religion and government. Why do people lick these boots? People in government, pigs. He told us, do not sup with vipers and do not cast our pearls before swine. Swine or pigs, low energy. So there you go. People in government, not just these clown cops. It's all these governments. They don't have the best interest in the people. They fight from their ivory towers. George Washington went out to war, but I'm not saying we should even have war. War is over. And I'm not saying we're all just going to get along, but hey, we're one race, the human race. Why can't we figure it out? We all got to be here. Well, they starts thinking there's other things here, and you're irrelevant, and you're just this low end species. We're all brothers, sisters, not one above another. That's the old God where he had a heavens and a favorite class. It is his ruling class. It was his, Aaron and Levi. But nobody wants to talk about that either. When they talk about religion, they talk about all these other things. We don't want to talk about God don't love everybody. He didn't love everybody back then. He hated Esau before he was ever born. And he killed his brother Satan, Nimrod, Moloch, stole his inheritance. It's all about an inheritance, not about a religion. So you might want to get with the times, Stop being a racist. Father created one race, the human race. I don't see color. I don't see race. I was born in the concrete jungle. So nobody's special. You're an idiot. Stop being childish. Be 7. That means to be matured. Start doing things by the number. You might want to go back to these canonized books and do those 7 things in Scripture he tells you to do, and you might have a little bit better attitude. You might not, what am I throwing a fit? No, this is called speaking up. We're supposed to do this. If things are perverted against his word, then I'm a veteran. He said, guard my commandments. So I'm gonna make sure that nobody's twisting him and changing him. I've done it myself. So hallelujah for that. Anyways, moving on. This is a constitutional republic. My left, what? This is a corporation, and I stand against it, and I stand against these fake. These aren't leading people. So you might want to start coming together as a people. It doesn't take that many. There aren't that many. There's 8 families that generally reign for the last how many thousands of years. There's not that many. You ever seen the movie Ants? There ain't that many of them. There's a whole bunch of us. There is safety in numbers. and do this peacefully with not like, without violence. I'm not saying those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those. The word peace is shalom. He said, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. So use first, your constitutional rights. There's a reason why you have a First Amendment, use the right to speak up. That's why I titled this, I will fight to the death to keep my son, Elijah Werner, from going to prison. Shut up, WMO. You're an idiot. Stop saying be kind. I know love is patient, is kind, it does not boast, it is meek, but most of all, it is charitable. So be kind and get the hell out of here. You're wasting your time. You know what the word be nice means? It means to be stupid. Stop repeating idiocracy, okay? You got one side. You're just one way. Stop it. I don't want you in here. What the word halakha is. Tell me what the word of God is. Otherwise, don't speak up at all about his word. Or you was pitching me some Reiki bull crap. I don't want to hear it. I'm not here to make friends. He said, if you are loved by the world, brothers, sisters, you'll be hated by my Father. So you're not here to be nice, just so you know. Love is kind. Love is patient. Love is charitable. It is meek. I know that. But I am being kind. I'm being charitable and sharing you with this word. Look at this idiot, because he don't like it. He was refusing it. And he just wants some easy peace Jesus, some transgender Jesus with breast. My Father doesn't have flesh or breasts. And Shiloh, the Christ, the one who hung on a tree, he didn't have breasts. So get out of here with your breast, be kind Jesus. Peace Jesus. Sit down one day, Sunday, fun day Jesus. On the church pew Jesus. He don't dwell in temples made by hands. Stop being so childish. You just don't like the tone? This is passion, not anger. So go piss off, peeps. I don't want to hear people. Play your ritual somewhere else. I'm not here to celebrate. Not here to make friends. I'm here to sup with my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. Cast off the unfruitful works of darkness. Remember low energy swine? He cast the truth, unclean truth. That is the word Hokadesh. Spirit, Holy Ghost. He cast the unclean truth. Truth is actually the word aletheia, not demon. The man said he was legion, many. So that's what we do in here. We don't let you sit here and come and change this word. I'm not going to let you... Oh, that's a song. You're not my brother. You're an idiot. Get out of here. You're a viper. Don't call me your brother. Do you tell me what the word halakha is? Tomi. Tell me what the word aletheia is. Tomi. You can't tell me what those. Tell me what jot is. Tomi. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Your master's dead to me. You can't serve two masters. Do you hear what I said? Jimmy crack corn. You on the corn syrup? Been eating a bunch of corn syrup all day, huh? Box bag and candy on the tap water. Tap, tap, tap. Bum, bum, bum. What was that all about? I think they were singing a song. Why would you call me your brother? You don't have any idea what the word scripture is when it says brother. So, pound sand. You want to go back in time? Kick rocks. Kick those things till they turn into gravel, and keep kicking those until pound that till you pound that in sand. Don't build your house on seeking sand. Let's go back to the rock. He said, I am the Petra. Yeah, that's the ram. Remember, David declared him the Lamb of God. David was born of Bethlehem. So was Christ. It was the Star of David, or the Star of Bethlehem. Remember, he declared him the Lamb that makes father the ram. There's a ram skull. The lamb. Not a goat, but a ram. The lamb. The wedding feast of the lambs, baby. That makes father Ares, the god of fire. Ares, the place the tabernacle rests in the celestial firmament. If you knew what you were talking about, and you knew it was not 2025, you might know what I was saying, but that's okay. 99% of this rock thinks it's 2025, and there are a bunch of lunatics that go by that Greek perverted calendar that he warned us not to change even a jot. Now they change time, like it says in scripture. The devil will be able to change times. It doesn't say devil, but we'll use that term for you. It says demonion, demon, not devil. That word's never written in scripture. There is no such thing as a devil. Let's distribute our fortunes or lies. It's the word demon. Arab demon, A genie. Fake wishes, fortunes. Come here, rub in my ball. Let me show you fortunes in crystal balls and read your palm. And hey, Arab David, rub on my lap. What's with all this rubbing? You must be eating that McDonald's. You're rubbing it. I mean, loving it, aren't you? Get out of here, jerk off. Go play your pornea somewhere else. Like the hub, pull your chain somewhere else. Not pornea is a Greek word. It means do your own. That's the opposite of a demon, is an idolater. A demon is a Nephilim. You know what the word Nephilim means? It's a bully. You're a bully is what you are. You're bullying your own version of the word. He said, don't add a jot or a tittle or your own opinion. I'll blot your name out of that book. You will receive all the written plagues. Maybe it'd be frogs. Water. We're not in the age of deception anymore, child. Grow up. We're in the age of air. Go to the man pouring out the water in the vessel on Fomahawk, the fish, the age of deception. It's over. The age where the veil was put over by churches, the deadly head wound that was healed. Constantine. Remember, edict of toleration. Thought he was going to lose his empire. Couldn't slaughter those Christians fast enough, could he? Those Gothic tribes, the one that Trump has his house decorated with, the Baphomet gods. Remember Jezebel? Ahab married Jezebel. The sons of God. Those are your brothers. Are you getting anything? All this to tell you that, huh? Your brothers and your sisters are your mother. So you want to call me mother? And call me daddy. Father. He said, call no man father, Papa, Pope. Your dad is not your father in Scripture. Your father is I am. Your father is the Ram. Birth the flesh vessel because he doesn't have breasts, right? He doesn't have flesh. He had to birth a flesh vessel. Somebody come get her. So you learn anything there? All right. That's what we have to do. We have to keep sharing the light. That's what we do. Put it at the top of your house. He said, let it shine. Not pride. That's to raise and shine above another. Father hates pride. I hate pride. I hate the sin, not the sinner. Can be hateful, not a hateful person, but I have the right to hate. When you consider, it says the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men or women, because we're all under the same covenant under this one. So, nope. Under the Old Testament, a woman was supposed to be subservient to the man. When it came to the teaching, not get me a beer, yeah, right? That's not what it meant. You're blasphemous. You're Jezebel. Don't tell that woman that. We're under this covenant where you get her a beer. She wants one. Maybe you could sit down and have one and have a little study or something. You're both equally yoked under this covenant. Under the Old Testament, the only way she was subservient was to the word, the teaching of the word. That was a very big thing because she had to be able to teach these children these things that the agape is what it was. Shouldn't drink spirits. Well, you can have a small moderation, Jenny. Remember, it's moderation. It's not what goes in a man or a one man that defiles him. It's what comes out. So moderation, all things in moderation. A drink of a mead, not wine, grapes that made him hallucinate. I'm not into any of that, but I hear you. Moderation, no. My son's 25 or 26, and he was 22 the first time he ever even seen me drink alcohol. So it's not my preference, but a little bit of spirits are not going to, they can be medicinal, actually. So, but if it's not for you, good. Many people you don't need it. I know people, let's try DMT and these are all these naturals. You're into homeopathic and organic and like, no thanks. Not for me. So people use psilocybins to come out of great spats of depression. I'm a veteran. People get bad PTSD, getting almost bent over where they don't even talk anymore. Maybe they did too many, things in the past. And these type of, I'm not giving any, medical advice, but they if used properly, these things can be used properly. They've been using these things with tinctures and things like that for millennia. So just moderate, brothers, sisters. Remember, there's no such thing as man-made because Father created all things, okay? but man-made is not better than what Father Nature created. Father Nature, not Mother Nature. There's no Mother Nature. Where did people get that from? That's blasphemy. Father created all things, so there's no Mother Nature. Hey, when people microdose, like I said, I know there's people who use these things properly, and and have great results, very good results. So I only personally use cannabis if I have a drink, I get to a second one and I pass out. So I don't try to mix things either, but you know, I use it as a medicinal, and I'm really against all this recreational and what they've done to such a beautiful thing naturally, and changed it into basically a drug. I mean, I don't want to go into a whole bunch of conversation, but a female cannabis plant is a female. So it's not, you don't put 99 of them in a tent, feed them all the same, and think they're all going to act the same, right? Not at all. They're very different. And so I think what they've done um, to just that side of the medicinal is just, it's criminal that they've not allowed the study. That's what I'll leave it at that. They've not allowed the study of this plant, and it should have been, they patented it in what, 20, I don't know what year. You shouldn't even be able, you can't patent something that's natural. So, but anyways, Father Nature and Father Time. Okay. So I try to, always try to get people to understand that, I know there's people who need some things, remember it says in scripture, they will be fooled by sorcery, which is the word pharmakia. And I think we've already seen that. These two snakes up a pole, you think that these people have your best interest in mind. They don't. They keep you healthy. That's not going to keep them in business. They actually do not study much nutritional health and do not do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? They don't study, like a midwife would come to your house to the old back day, and that wasn't the name, but a doctor and like a midwife, they would teach you how to be healthy and go over your diet with you and exercise a little bit of that, and then talk about, a lot more than, these are all farmed out specialists now. They farm you out to the next guy, he farm you out, then you go get your script, and then it's just a big effect, the side effect, and it never, the trickle down, you take this one thing and it gives you side effects, you got to take this one. Most homeopathic or natural things do not have side effects. Very little, if anything. And I'm just be a little silly here, but the only side effect I've ever had to cannabis is either happy, hungry, or horny. The 3 H's, be careful, right? Ooh. So, but anyways, use it in moderation as well. What they've done to that is just it's not right. And I've been a medicinal cannabis grower before, and I don't like what they've done in the cannabis industry. So be careful what you put in your body. We're pretty resilient beings. I know people don't know much about, you don't have to take a lot of drugs to overdose too. People don't, I've done this for a living, and I'm kind of sickening how they get these people right now so strung out on right now, such as there are a bunch of Mexican Americans. You know how many people take Adderall? They try to give that to people like me when I was younger, told me I was wouldn't sit down, wouldn't concentrate, wouldn't listen. I still pass classes and stuff, but you need to get on Ritalin. Put them on Ritalin. They do the same thing now, man. It's a freaking psychotropic. You got people just trazodone, boom, melt their mind, turn it to water, turn it to mush. Take it like it's a video game. Life's a video game. Literally becomes like a video game for them. It's incredible, so careful what you put inside your body these days, because they've got that other thing that Mr. Chump loves to bring in with his buddy from China. He's the biggest bringer of that in too. Don't fool yourself. Just takes a little tiny dose of that fent, brothers, sisters, and you're done. You're done. It used to be the cut in drugs that was a problem, and most people didn't realize that. I'm not advocating for any drugs, but naturally they prescribed cocaine, and I'm not advocating any of this. It was in soda for over 2, almost 3 decades in this country. They give it to women for nausea and headache or whatnot, men for everything. They just widely prescribed across the, no. So remember Reefer Madness, remember all these things. This is all a government program. Once again, let's get back to the message. The biggest drug dealers on the planet are the government, and the biggest drug dealer to walk this rock is Donald the McNugget, McTrumpet, Mr. Warp Speed, with his greatest Pfizer jab ever, the #1 single selling product ever in the history of mankind. Yes, the Jabadooski. Did you bow to the altar of Jabba, Mr. Skywalker? I mean, Mr. Warp Speed. So don't do a careful. It says in Scripture, brothers, sisters, you got to understand they will be fooled by pharmakia. I think we've seen that already. So you got the hand to him, though he is entertaining. Should have been a community. Big pharma plays the biggest role in addiction. Absolutely. Thank you for throwing that grenade out there, that frag, and blowing that out of the water. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Remember, they ran into this a lot, guys. They got sued for their, what was it, Vicodin and some of those. Thanks for pointing that out. I pay attention to some of those things. Frags must be paying attention to this too, as well, looking at a lot of these lawsuits and stuff. Hey, look at what is the second or third largest killer in the U.S. is malpractice, guys. Doctors by a doctor's hand. How do you think that happens? So thanks for pointing that out. Nobody wants to talk about that, and that's not right. Not right. So, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna get up, and I haven't had any breakfast or anything this morning after the animals out here, but I'm gonna I'm gonna put on a mountain house meal, and yeah, no snakes up a pole. There's a reason they got them 2 snakes going up a pole, guys. They love to farm you out, fish you out, and then you go see the farm guy, right, who gives you the script, and then you get the side effect, and then you get just on that, trickle effect. You got to take one to side effect the other to side effect, and then you just end up taking, like in your old, you got that big Monday through, peel gets pop. That's incredible. And I know people's blood pressure get off and things like that, dude. I'm telling you, most of these things, if you pay attention, I'm not giving any advice, is diet. How are people not dropping like flies? The way we eat today in society in America, we basically eat box, bag, and canned crap. The food is not food. Most of it's plastic, it's corn syrup, it's maltodextrin, it's monosodium glutamate, they're fillers and preservatives. It is incredible. What was in bread, in the 70s, when you went to the store in the 70s where you could get nearly a whole grocery cart full of groceries for less than $100 of real meat, real starches, real cheeses, real fruit, not this why is every pear look the same? And they're all waxy because they spray them with bugs. Deer meat. They've never had a recall on deer meat. Thanks for that testimony, James. Never had a recall on venison, have they? Thank you for that. Heck yeah. Seriously. I'm addicted to red meat. I am. I'm a carnivore. I'm a meat eater. Or I see meat, I eat. Well, good red meat. So, heck yeah. You know what I'm saying? Never had a recall on venison. So, anyways, don't listen with that deer rotting crap. Some of that stuff, I'm telling you, they spray these animals with this stuff. And they start messing with the magnetics of this rock. And a lot of these are migratory animals. And it really messes with their diet. So, try very hard. Kentucky, what's going on? That's one of the best states. I don't like any of these corporate states, but definitely a state that's shown in the last several years that they're definitely more for people's rights. Good old Dabu 77, East Tennessee, right on. Brother Jim Brown is in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Got lots of subscribers from Texas, California. Nice. Texas is in the house. Well, you want to talk about steers, now red meat, let's talk about Texas, baby. You see the barbecue they had down there, guys, with that do me baby energy? I cannot believe what people keep forgetting about what they did in Texas, man. I don't know about that, Kit Kat, though. Why did they do that? I was just saying that I think that they are doing this by spraying these animals with these things, and they you got to remember, Fish and Wildlife. I've been in law enforcement, man, and Fish and Wildlife is a lot more serious. I don't mean, you hunt a deer out of season. They'll take your wife, your kid, your car, your pickup, and they want your first of kin. Hell, you get out on murder before you take a deer out of season. Remember that guy? Yeah, let me see. You got fishing for that? You got a license? Hey, ask permission in this country. You got to ask permission to feed your family, huh? We've come a long way from some constitutional republic, brothers and sisters. A long way. But either way, I don't know about that. I appreciate it in there because I keep seeing it. But how? I think it's created. I think it's created. I don't have a nickname. I am Pastor Apocalypse is what this ministry calls me. I am Revelation. Some people call me Rev. So it's, you know, whatever. Call me anything but late for tacos. As a matter of fact, let me get up and grab something here. I had this the other day. I had some chicken and dumplings from a Mountain House meal. These are a very clever idea, very decent food. I've freeze-dried my own. Actually, I'm trying to get, if you guys been following the channel, I just purchased another piece of property where I can't stay on here all day. I need to get some more things sold and get this other ministry purchased so we can hook up some freeze dryers out here. We've got some underground gardens dug. We need to get them in. Actually need to get bodies on the ground. I'm hoping that soon some people, Father will provide the right people to come out to this ministry and enjoy this 20-acre parcel out here. I've got another 20 up the road, another 5, and now purchased another 2. And I don't own one of the 20 lots. I've been paying on that for several years, but all the other ones are paid off. And then I recently entered into a contract where I found a constant power source because it would nearly cost me for a solar system to purchase what I purchased this land for. So excited about getting those freeze dryers going again because I freeze dried food. Even when I had a freeze dryer, I was buying these Mountain House meals, guys. These are a high quality product. Canadian Prepper's got a better, some better stuff than this. And actually, I want to make a mention before I go throw some water on. I'll come back because I'm just going to throw it in there and I'll come back here. But Canadian Prepper is changing his channel name, splitting the channel from like Preparedness and then news, because nobody does news like Nate at Canadian Prepper when it comes to Ukraine and what's going on over there with Russia and military. The guy is on point. I'm a veteran. He is over the target. He is definitely has a way of understanding how this, war is a 5D chess game. It's not, he says, we'll quote Nate, there is no such thing as military exercises. There's only World War III disguises. The guy is brilliant. His vernacular is phenomenal. He has his, it is, but he's got a channel and it's called Prepper News. I can't find it on my stream. Like, look at that. Now my thumbs up's gone. Darn it. Whatever, it is what it is. So, but it's called Prepper News, and he's got some of the best preparedness videos on the internet. He is probably one of the top content creators, a man with a family. He considers himself an agnostic. I normally don't do a lot of channels if they're not spiritual based at all, but you know him by his fruit. I can tell you that by Nate. You'll know him by his fruit. So, but go see him. He's got some of the best preparedness videos, and he has, lines to some of these other companies too that are doing freeze drying. And I really encourage you to stay away from a lot of these companies that are just going to give you filler. You can go get pancake mix and you can go get your dessert mix and you can go get soup mixes and you can go get potatoes and you can go get pasta. You can do all these things with a Mylar bag and an oxygen absorber and put this food away for 20 to 25 years. And have something. I mean, you don't even need to go to these companies. I don't care if you go buy rice and beans, brothers and sisters. Just please have something for a rainy day so that when things break down, maybe you're not going to be able to leave and bug out, bug in, have a plan. Don't be a burden to others. Feed your neighbors because they didn't have anything. A lot of people are going to have very little. Very few people, with the price of food and got everybody stuck on that stinking dollar menu and then pulled it out from everybody's, feet. Now everything that I think they had to roll that stuff back. Remember, it was like $18 for a Big Mac meal in America here, about a year ago or something. And they had to start rolling back that. People just could not do it. And they started rolling these, please don't eat fast food, but like $5 menus. And actually, remember, Subway can't even do with their yoga mat bread. I don't think they pull that out too. And, of the whatever content, but they can't even compete with the $5 footlong anymore. They have to pull out of the market because they just cannot bring their product down to that price point. You got to remember when they do this to products, brothers and sisters, they're really pulling the quality. Prepper has one of the best prepper channels, and now his new channel is going to be Prepper News. So he'll still have Canadian Prepper, but he's going to split the content up where he's talking about current events and world news on the Canadian Prepper channel, and Prepper News is where they're going to do all that type news and keep all the survival, where he does things with his family, and he really puts a lot of time. Even I like that about Nate. He includes his family and stuff in his videos and has a good time. He plays the hippie or whatever. Hey man, whatever he does. He's just a really good dude who truly is made a 1.3 million or something channel that is absolutely amazing. He's not trying to blow it. He's not going to just tell you what you want because he wants views. Like, I'm telling you, this is another guy who has covered Trump like most people should cover Trump. He's not biased. He doesn't care how many Trump supporters have unsubscribed to his channel. That has even affected his bottom line, how he makes his way, but he just doesn't care. He's not doing it for that. He doesn't do left. He doesn't do right. And he's not an American, which is kind of nice. And he actually acts like he is, not like that, meaning he considers America and Canada the same pool. We're all in this together. He's a brilliant man. Go see his channel. I'm going to get up and get some water going. But please, if you have a chance, go see Canadian Prepper. Subscribe to his new channel. Somebody send me a link or something if you can. I cannot seem to find that Prepper News channel on my feed because he's going to put out some good content on both channels. I'm telling you, this will allow him, kind of like when Brother Jim quit putting so much time in internet or stuff on the radio and television and really focus more on the news on the internet. It really refined the ministry. And I think this is what it's going to do to Canadian Prepper's channel. So Nate, no such thing as military exercises, only World War III disguises. And he is on it, man. Day X. Well, listen, please, Chrome, if you listen, that's so amazing that you brought up probably the best nuclear video on the internet ever put out for preparedness is Nate at Canadian Prepper. You want to see one of the best videos I've ever watched on YouTube. I'm telling you, go watch his video about nuclear war. You want to get your head on straight, unlearn and relearn about nuclear war and how actually survivable it is. And most people are not going to even understand it. Go see Nate's video. Who's seen? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen Nate's video on nuclear war. I've recommended it over and over and over again. So, and he deals with Israel, with Atlas Shelter, the largest shelter company. Most places over in Israel, because they're whatever all that creation they did, that nonsense, that a lot of places have a shelter in them. Some kind of underground shelter. Don't say bunker. That'll put you on the NSA list, red check mark, whatever. Here, the NSA. But anyways, I've already built my Atlas shelter 28 feet underneath the ground, 50-footer. It's nice to archive the word, and plenty of food in there for people who, if the lights go out, I'm not going to have to leave the property for years. That's what I'm hoping. Not have to go fight people for the last box, bag, or canned food, or roll a teepee for your bunghole. So it's better to have and not need than need not have. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. You want to see a failure? Somebody who doesn't even have a plan A, B, or C, let alone a D, E, or F. That's a prepper, and they did something about it. And guess what? They're probably the most stable people on this rock who live a very secure, normal life. And because they went, oh crap, and they're like, hey honey, let's do something about that. Oh crap. Oh, okay, we're in an area where they're tornado prone. We don't have one of those little let's go down to, they even sell something like at Home Depot or something, a small, you get in a shelter, the tornado blows over, 15, 20, 30 minutes later, you move on with your life. Don't listen to people who don't want to be prepared. Those are failures. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Noah, 126 years, conspiracy theorists, then it rained. Father, remember, he's birthed his son, flesh vessel. He said he's going to leave this place, come back and prepare a place where his father's house was at. It was a house of many rooms. It's been 2,600 years he's been preparing. So I don't want to hear that you just getting prepared. You've been preparing your whole life. You ain't got nothing on Christ. The biggest prepper on this rock to ever walk the rock was Christ himself, who's still preparing that place, if I'm not mistaken, to this very moment. And he's not done yet. So I hope you're being wise as a virgin and gentle as a dove. Wings of an angel. Have an exit plan too, brothers, sisters. The best thing you could do is not sit there like a duck in a pond and get away from chaos. Get TP for your bunghole now. You heard it here first. We'll give you one more thing to write this down. The fastest way out of town is going to be the slowest way out of town. And the longest way out of town is going to be the fastest way out of town. Remember that. Man, I'm glad I watched that channel that day. Remember that if you're alone, you're with your wife, you're with your kids, when that day X, where Nate says, happens, please remember what I just told you. If you're in the middle of it, somehow, the shortest way out of town is going to be the longest way is going to be the shortest. Everybody's going to run to try to get out of town the quickest. All right, that's worth the cash app. Somebody, I'm going to grift you. Somebody give me a cash app. No, you don't have to give me a cash app. Somebody give me some comment. Give me another comment then. Give me a preparedness comment in the chat. So, oh man. Where is my puppy dog? I'm about to say. Yeah. What do we got here? Chicken teriyaki. Casserole. Chicken teriyaki. Oh. All right, I had this one the other day, about a week ago, I think. And I'd only ever bought 2 of these. Man, this is fire. This yellow curry, I'm really into curry. That's not my flavor. I just don't, you know, I've had it before. I like it. This was excellent. I was really blown away how good this is. This was, so. Uh-oh, we got a crypto pumper in here. Hey, make your money in the crypto market. Make sure you make double your money. I'm not pumping any coins or anything like that, but go buy the Trump meme coin, huh? What a freaking joker, man. But a lot of people made money on that. Exit out, put it into an asset. Buy some food. Make sure you pay, at least you get twice. You have to pay taxes on those gains. So trying to make $1 million, you better make 2. That stuff's not, you know, it's a blockchain. You have no anonymity, none. There's no anonymity. That's kind of push that thing. But if you're going to go in that space, look at the price of Bitcoin right now. Look at what it was. You know, they do these halvings, and so most of them are just cycles. So I would say if you had the ability, get rice and beans, get, you know, some precious metals, get some way to guard it, water filter, and you can dabble in that space. Look how much money has been made. They just took $11 trillion out of the stock market, guys. So I ate some the other day that I made. Actually, I think I might still have some. All right. Some tough stuff here, guys. Take our pot. Better make sure that lid doesn't come off there. Yeah, once again, I'm really not into curry. That's not my, but I'm telling you, this, I had this the other day, and this is excellent. This is just very excellent flavor. Man, it's not overdone with the curry. Pour a little bit more. These big pieces of vegetables and that. Look at that. That's like squash, I think. Oh, there goes that lid. You got to be careful. Don't lose the lid. All right, let's close that up. Make sure you open up the bottom of these bags pretty good too. Zip them up. You're reporting to me to the government. Fuck the government. Go ahead. The government already knows who I am, you idiot. The government's recording this right now. Now I'll show you the government already knows who I am, so you can sit there and you don't waste your time. Here's the work of this ministry. Here's the emblem of the government. So fuck the government. Fuck all governments. They're tyrannical. It's not only the right of the people to overthrow them if they come tyrannical, but the duty in your Declaration of Independence. But you're going to stand around and be a bootlicker and report people. Get out of here, bootlicker. Pig licker. Pig licker. What are pigs? People in government. Pig. 40% of the populace of this corporation, America, works for the government. Either private contractor, state, federal, county. Yep, they do. So make sure that's zipped up nice and tight. Over a few times, let it sit there. So apologize for my cursing, but it is what it is. I'm not perfect. So these are some ice cream sandwiches that I made back in salted caramel back in 2019. So let's see, we'll pull one out here. I don't really eat sugar often, so. Oh, that one came apart there, look. Salted caramel ice cream sandwiches from 2019. Oh, look at that caramel in there. I've seen it sparkle and there's some caramel in that. That made that thing blow out. This is ice cream. They don't have salted caramel ice cream ones at the wow, those are yummy. Salted caramel ice cream sandwiches 2019. Wow. Whoa, those are sugary. Look at that caramel blew out the end of that one. Look at that. You know look how frothy that is. It's like eating a caramel cloud. Oh man. Oh, that was so light and fluffy. Take the top off of that. Move over, Mountain House. We made our own. So years ago. All right, last one. I can't eat too much sugar, man. I can't. Sugar is strong. So we'll eat one more for the show here, but I got to put these things up. It's like eating caramel clouds. Have you ever eaten a caramel cloud? Try a milk dud. Yeah, you can infuse this with little edibles in here. You can infuse that and you could turn that into a beautiful edible. A lot of people make edibles in their freeze dryers. Getting a spam call. Go away. All right. Freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches, salted caramel. I think we had the ones that were like banana split and strawberry and on another one. We did on that other one. I don't know where those went. So, all right. Wow. Woo, sugar. Wash that down. So, nice. All right. Well, anyways, I see that freeze dryer. That's why I'd like to get that. That's why I'm going to purchase that other property, brothers, sisters out here so that I can hook a freeze dryer back up here. I miss freeze drying. It's a neat process. You know, it's up a new voicemail. So somebody's probably trying to spam me. But now I'll be able to hook up a freeze dryer. So I probably shouldn't stay on here all day. We need to get back to the subject a little bit of why I made this, why I'm doing this blog on making more discovery. You know, my son is still missing. or they know where he's at, or is he missing, or is he not? Why have they not went to go get him? If they know where he's at and they have, possibly a 10-year prison sentence where they could get paid for 10 years, why would they not go get him? And why would they not call for service? Why would they not call to go get my passport? So I think I'm going to call them again and tell them they need to go get my passport. I want the investigation done. That man has potentially 40 pounds of my silver, and I don't care about the shiny dirt. The point is, I want my passport. I want my passport. It's a federal offense to hold my passport, and why they would not go there, I don't know. So maybe if I leave the Elijah situation out of it and don't talk about that. No, pounds, not ounces. Pounds. So that's irrelevant to me. Not British pounds. These are a piece of silver went. Where'd my silver go? Well, I've lost both my silver pieces. But anyways, I'm talking about silver rounds, silver ounces. I had quite a few dimes and a lot of Mexican silver, really kind of frustrating me because I got better at collecting this silver as the years go by. And, I had a lot of Libertads in there and a lot of Eagles. I know what to put away. This ain't my first rodeo. Last time I had 25 pounds. I had a lot of buffaloes. So that's what I chased. I had that really couple special years and stuff. So no issues until now. Imagine worrying about a butterfly knife about to leave the country. Nice. So why would he have, and potentially all the gold, because it was the gold that bailed Elijah out of jail. And they weren't supposed to touch the silver. That's my retirement. I don't spend money on me very often. Like I said, I put $47,000 into this land, and it's, as I get the paperwork done, this will be turned over to the ministry. It's not, I didn't buy it for me. I'm buying this other property at, to put a freeze dryer in for the ministry so that I can grow extra food and send you extras. I want to have abundance. I can create abundance through that freeze dryer. I can create abundance. You know what I'm saying? The reason they don't get him is just by keeping your property. What are you talking about, Jake? That didn't make any sense. So, okay. Keeping my property. Keeping the 40 pounds of silver and gold, because I didn't have 40 pounds of gold, but, had enough to get Elijah out of jail. And he had money too, and he had silver, and so he had just sold a car, and he shouldn't have ever even touched any of my silver anyway. So it's okay. I'm not worried about shiny dirt. I need to get something going with my son. I need to know something. I'm not just going to sit here knowing that they know where he's at potentially, and they've got a 7-year downward departure on him, and possibly another 3 years because I wouldn't let him stop the car. So the price of gold per ounce is not $3,000 slab. Cool. Thanks for putting that in there, guys. Yeah, not 40 pounds of gold. I said I didn't have gold. I had 40 pounds of silver, and I had gold enough to bill Elijah out. Okay. I've been buying it at 10th-ounce pieces at a time from a couple different mints. Oh man, that's going to be fire. I put a little little bit too much water in there, but I'll let it sit for a second. So, I just can't rest. How could they not at least call for service? Now, maybe they didn't go do the welfare check on Elijah because that would break my no contact order. But why did they not continue to go out there if they knew that that 40 pounds of silver was at his house? And I had sent the attorney all the documentation showing that he had that silver. He had it in the back of his trunk. He said he had the passport. He said he'd sent the passport to me, which he didn't. Even holding my passport is a felony and a federal offense. So I think this is going to be how then I'm going to have to make some kind of move here, some kind of action on this. Maybe not call for my son, you know. I don't know if it's better for them to know that my son is there or not there, if he's there, and if I don't bring him up, will they be ginger? If they show there and he's there, or will they just shoot him? Remember, they already shot him once. They weren't nice to me at all, were they? As a matter of fact, that is an attempted murder charge is what that SWAT officer should be facing. At the very minimum, it's an excessive force, Fourth Amendment violation of my right to be secure in my house, papers, persons, effects. I was not threatening violence at all. Neither did Elijah, neither did Adriana. Nobody resisted. Nobody was. And Elijah still got shot. I got grenaded, head grenaded, tear gas, and there was no violence. And that didn't stop them. So what would stop them now? So it's very hard to sit there and call and say, hey, this is where my son is at. Please don't go kill him. But if he's there, I need to know. I think he's been kidnapped, and I'm more concerned too that my daughter is there as well. Why is her car at this guy's house who's never talked to neither of them since they got out of jail? Because he's lied. So I'm not going to let it rest. I'm not going to sit there. I'm already facing 6 felony charges right now. What are they going to do if I try to find them? Charge me more charges? I'm already facing 30 probably years in prison, 20, 30 years in prison now. So I'm not saying I'm going to go I never did violence. I'm not talking about it, but I'm not going to stop and just let this go. Should I call the sheriff's office and they don't go do anything about it and they know where he's at? They say they have him on camera in that county and they don't go follow up when there's still my passport there. That's a federal offense. It just blows my mind. Something is very, very wrong. And I don't think, again, I'm going to like the results. I think Marshall killed Elijah or has somehow held him for ransom. And he's got, I don't know how he's doing, how he is able to pull this off. It doesn't make any sense. Where is Adriana? Where's my daughter? So I have to do it for her too. Remember, she's the one who had to stay here. I said, no, if your husband's going to prison for 7 years, 10 years, you're going to spend the rest of your days with him before they drag him off and try to, convict him. I'll get him out of there, but you're going to be with your husband. You're not going to sit there and have to be away from him, especially in this time. Be with your husband. Now, remember, they dropped all her charges back in September. That's when Elijah went missing. But they said, but he was actually in court in October. I need an answer to that alone. Why would they say he's missing in September and he was in court in October? That's not possible. That came directly from the state police mouth. And the Lake County sheriffs there that day at his supposed trial. September, October, November, December. I show up to his trial in December, and he went missing in September. Why would they have a trial for him in December if he went missing in September? Doesn't make any sense. Man, this is good. You know, I really like about this is how it's got a little spice to it. Man, this yellow curry, this is good. The chicken, peas, vegetables. This ain't no frickin' Patriot, My Patriot Supply, guys. This is a good company. The rice is good. It's like a long grain rice. Red peppers in there. That is a very good quality meal. Yeah. I let Kevin try the chicken teriyaki, and he said it was really good. I'm trying to use that too, Homestead. I'm really trying to use the fact that, thanks for bringing that site up, because think about it. If Elijah burnt his bridge, if he burnt his bridge and is going to face 10 years in prison, why would he not say, you dad, or, you know, and maybe what you said, maybe he's trying to keep some anonymity but hurry up, dad, hurry up, anything, some kind of message. Even though there's a third party no contact order or direct, or there are ways that young man could get a hold of me to let me know he's alive, that I'm a piece of crap. You know, what is taking so long? Something. But nothing after going hell with it. I'm not showing up to trial. Fuck it. I'm going on the run. Now he's looking over his shoulder the whole time. I don't think if he's going to be looking over his shoulder the whole time, like he gives a shit about me. Now, maybe he does, because if I got out of my case, that was always the thing, that it would clear him. I jumped in front of his evidence, remember? I didn't have to do this. I could have took the gold and silver and went to Ecuador and not be dealing with any of this. He's actually told me to do that. He's the one who told me to do that. Go, Dad, take the money, take the gold, take the silver, buy the double cab Tacoma, go. You're saving that for me. I know that you are. I have my own silver. Why do you have gold, Dad? You know, we're silver bugs. This is so good. Man, I'm telling you, that's good. So it just makes no sense to me that if he was seen, as I said, I called to say, hey, I'm reporting my son potentially, you know, kidnapped, murdered. This guy has got something on my son. He took my silver. He took my passport. Something's not right. He get my dog, you know, and implicated that he could be the one. He's the one who said, bring your son and daughter down here. I can hide them in the gold mines for you. You get all this shit taken care of, and, you know, deal with it later. And I told him, no, we're not taking him and hiding him. Why would I hide him? I have all the evidence. I'm not going to hide from anything. That would implement guilt, right? He's not guilty. That's why I'm protecting him. If he was guilty, I'd keep his ass in jail or whatever, send him back. He already did more. He was the only one to go to jail. The only one to go to jail. 5 guys all did the same thing. They're all in it together. He's the only one to go to jail. Why? What's up with that? So then he did his community service, and then they said he didn't do it, and he did it again. And then they said he didn't do it. This bullshit. The first time he did it with 5 people. So if you were going to burn your bridge, even at this point in time, who gives a fuck about a no contact order? Who cares about a no contact order? I mean, he's facing 10 fucking years. I'm facing more time than him now. A no contact order, contact, I mean, that's the fucking, like, the smallest of charges, okay? I mean, you see what I'm saying? I have 6 felony charges. He'd have to know. He can't contact me, but he could still get on this live stream. He couldn't comment. Well, that would be having contact. So I played that card for a while. Well, he can't come in here and comment, but he can surely come in here and keep up on what his dad is doing. He doesn't have a channel, so I don't know what the fuck he's doing. But he can come in there. That's not breaking any third-party no contact order. So let me ask you, if you were going to burn your bridge and go to jail for 10 fucking years, you think you're going to care about contacting me? Or even about me, if I go to jail or not? Let's see, he does care. You think he cares? And I have all the evidence, remember? I have the evidence that he did it. I have the fire chief statement. I have the witnesses, the 5 people he did it with. Then he did it again? You know, all these other calls, it doesn't make any sense. So what are they hiding? Don't make no sense. Like America, not one stinking penny. Literally now. So they don't have any evidence. Their evidence against me is I would fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison, and that if backed into a corner, I would strike. That's how they SWAT raided this house. That was their reason, justification for attempted murder. At 45 seconds, they grenaded me in the face. That is excessive force at the very minimum. There is nothing less than that charge, and a 4th Amendment violation, immediately dismissal of this case. Yet every attorney that I put in front, they said this case is way too big, and they know it should have been kicked over to the federal government already. I think that's why they decided to assign the Mossad fake fed jack off Paul Palmer as the appointed counsel, who hasn't done anything and is aware of everything I've told you and has done nothing in 2 days, 1 full year since they SWAT raided this ministry. And nothing has been done on the case. That's a clear right of Miranda violation to take me here and then not do anything about it. A right of my 6th Amendment violation to fair, adequate, and speedy trial and call witness in my favor. That's your right of trial. Is under your 6th Amendment. Father is just being brutal with me, guys. I want to do the right thing. I don't want to do my thing, but man, that's so good. Oh, a little spice at the end too. Woo! Thank you, Father, for good food. Man, I eat a lot of curry in my life, and that was good. No, I know that. I know that. So, I mean, I know that. I know that I'm in a kangaroo court. It's not even a court. It's a corporation, and they're trying to capitalize or trying to extort my merchant number, and I won't let them do that. I already actually subrogated my merchant number, and that's only ever been done very few times in an open court. And they're really upset about that too, because they can't do anything with the case. There is no money to be had. I already took over the power of attorney of this capital letter Tracy Werner that they're trying to charge. So they're not going to be able to charge me because at the time of arrest, I gave the name Apocalypse, Revelation. And it was all being recorded in booking. Made sure it pointed in the camera, made sure it was all, you know what I'm saying? But I gave them not a capital letter name. Nor did I ever give them a name, Tracy Werner, in capital letters. I made very clear that I'm not that man. They can't, extort that man. I actually went in open court and stood in and took over what is called, I exercised my right of subrogation. And I took over that merchant number, the capital letter Tracy Werner, and put him on notice of liability, and then challenged the judicial capacity of the seated judge that he's not actually operating in a third article court, not in judicial capacity. So that's already been done. So maybe that's why there's been such a pause, and the feds can't get involved, and nobody can do anything. But I don't care about this stupid fucking case anymore. I only care about whether my son is dead or alive, and I'm going to find him. As I asked the question, you think he cares about some stupid no contact order? I don't care about a no contact order. I'd already called the police department and told them that my son was potentially kidnapped, dead, or whatever. If they don't want to go check on him and threaten me with a third party no contact order, then go ahead, charge me with some more fucking charges. I don't care how many times you charge me. Give me 100 charges. I'm not going and being violent. I'm not going and threatening anybody. I'm not doing anything. I'm a concerned parent who has a child and a son and a daughter that are missing, and I want some fucking answers, and they won't answer them, so I'm going to have to get the answers myself. So I don't know. I'm a dad, and I already have 6 felonies. What would stop me from getting another 6 more? If I came this far, why the fuck am I just going to lay down? I'm not. Well, apologize. I've been waking up here in these last couple of days, just been overwhelmed knowing that my son is there, and I'm just trying to get out here and build shit and do things on this ministry, and I can't seem to get my motivation at all. And I normally have no problems with motivation. I'm self-employed. I've been self-employed for 20 years. I'm the boss. I tell myself when I'm going to be sick and tired of coming in and looking at myself at work, so I won't come in, and the next day I got to work twice as hard. But I know that. I can't even get myself up to get to, they start doing a little thing, a tool in my brain started to go, what in the fuck are you doing? You have a child that's missing and you're not doing anything to find him. Stop what the fuck you're doing now. So I can't get myself to get that. Got a huge list. Remember, I just entered in a contract that I have to try to get this other property for the ministry, and a lot of things are going here. So I want to get these things done. I want people out here. Now's the time that need to be people. If they're going to come out here, they need to come now. Why? It's good. The weather's good. It's amazing out here. And I don't know. Think about what I just said here, Whitebeard. They have a arrest warrant for my son. Imagine having to call and dime your fucking son out and go, well, he's here. Because I thought maybe my daughter was there. I put that aside for a minute about my son. I said, please don't go shoot my son. You guys, the state of Oregon already shot him. So I know you're not going to be Ginger if you go out there. But my daughter is potentially there. Her car is there and she's missing. They're both went missing. So why in the hell is her car there when he said that he didn't talk to neither nor my son nor my daughter? Something's not right. Plus, this guy's got 40 pounds of my silver that he never returned to me. I was able to get my dog from him, but not my silver. He also has my passport because inside of my box with other paperwork was my passport. And then he said he sent it and he didn't send the passport. That's why I asked the cops, go look at the post office. Wolf Creek, Oregon is a little tiny ass post office. You can look through the footage and send it. I don't think he ever actually, if he sold this silver or gold to bail my son out of jail, he would have had to report that in the state of Oregon. You could buy as much as you want, but when you sell, you have to report. His bail was over $10,000. So they had to report over 10,000. So they definitely, would have been reported. That's why I asked. I asked this douchebag attorney, Paul Jackoff Palmer, handjob jerkoff Palmer, Rafael Ahmed is his name, who doesn't have a secretary. This is the appointed counsel they appointed to me. So I don't want to give up my son because they've already shot him. But I'm concerned that my daughter is sitting there fucking tied up in a cave somewhere when he told me, I went and looked at this, found this car. He said my daughter had sold the car to get an attorney when her charges were dropped back in September. So it didn't add up that way. And then he supposedly, he'd bought my son's little pickup in the past from him. And that car was parked in the same spot. I asked him, well, where's Elijah's truck? Well, he came down here and he bought it from me. Wait a minute, I thought you didn't talk to either my son or my daughter. What the fuck's going on? So the guy's a blatant liar. So I do think that what he has done is something nefarious to my son and my daughter. And then I called the Josephine County where this man is living at, which is 4 or 5 hours away from me. So I can't just drive over there, and he lives behind a completely locked gate. Fenced and locked, so it's not just like you can go knock on the door in this place. So, I was very blessed that day that I decided to drive over there and do my investigation that the gate was open. I've never seen a gate open. I've been there before more than one time. I know where this place is at. Been by there, so I know where it is. It's just right off the 5. You can actually see this place from the I-5. I mean, it's incredible. You could see my daughter's car from the fucking I-5 corridor the whole time. And cops don't know where he's at. Well, yeah, they did. They said they would do where he was at. They said they seen him on film when I called to do a welfare check on his well-being and my daughter. And, he was seen on camera in Josephine County in February. Are they telling me the truth? Is that a lie? I know when I had the attorney called to try to get the transcripts, they wouldn't give them to him. They wouldn't give him any information. You ever heard no shit like that? An attorney with the bar number calls the sheriff's office. Hey, try to get my client. He called here. Trying to get the transcript on this call. The cat, nothing. They won't give him any information. How come he doesn't follow up on that? My son's possibly fucking murdered, dead, or whatever. My 40 pounds of silver is there, the felony to hold my passport, and this attorney don't follow up with shit. So that was how long ago? Like at 10 months, so that was months ago this transpired. My son's still just missing. So how is it that Josephine County knows that he has a warrant for his arrest? He has a downward departure, means he'd face at least 7 years in prison. He has to do all the time because he supposedly violated his probation, which he didn't. He picks up new charges. No, he didn't put in a FOIA. He doesn't have to put in what is a FOIA. He can call for the transcripts. You and I would have to put in a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act. FOIA. So like I said, I'm not settling here. I'm not just going to keep going months and trying to build shit and forget about this and move the fuck on when I saw my son's life could be in danger. Fuck this shit. I'm going to take this shit a lot more serious, because every day I wake up and act like this isn't happening is just tearing me up inside. I have to be 100% honest with you. I'm not okay right now. You know, all I asked if my son was okay, and I got grenaded to the face. Maybe that has something to do with the fact that I've had a fucking concussion for now. Obviously, it's been a year. I have suffered a stroke. I have hearing changes. My eye is shot. I can't sleep right. I woke up yesterday choking on my own fucking respiratory fluids. Thought I was literally fucking drowning. Every day, this respiratory thing is getting worse and worse and worse. My lungs are hurting. My bronchial tube hurts. 2 times during the day do I go through these series of fluid filling in my lungs, and I cough and I try to get it out, and it's like I said, I'm laying on my back at 3 o'clock in the morning. I wake up and I feel like I'm literally drowning. No, I'm not going to a doctor. Fuck these doctors in America. I don't trust not one doctor in this country. I don't. All a doctor's going to try to do is give me a bunch of drugs. I don't take drugs. I don't want any of that crap. But I appreciate it. I'm just not. I'm not going to go to a doctor in America. I will go outside of a doctor in this country, somewhere outside of this country. Ecuador, I can go see a doctor for $50 there. I can get a full checkup. I can go have my lungs checked. I go to the optometrist. Like, I need to figure out how bad is this scarring on my retina from the flash grenade in my face. How is my ear canal even working? Well, it sounds like a fucking robot. Imagine hearing like a robot on one side of your ear. I'm getting so tired of talking to somebody going, huh? What did you say? What did you say? It's getting annoying. Like I said, I know I was talking to Kevin. He hasn't even come over here in days, guys. I think it's because he's getting frustrated with this. Not like that. I mean, it's hard. Something is shifting in me. Like I said, it's getting hard to breathe. It's getting hard to sleep. It just because I think I'm not settled. I'm a dad. I already, it's been a whole year, and I know my son and my daughter's life could be. They're hurting. They're tied up. I don't know, but the cops know something, and they won't go do anything. And they got all this. I mean, that's a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's actually the only thing that helps right now has helped for this lung fluid, because there's no color to it. I have a lot of study in nutrition and stuff, and I was concerned maybe if I started getting color in the fluid, then I'll obviously have some kind of infection, but it's stayed clear now for months and months and months and months, so I know that it's my lungs where I breathed 5 tear gas canisters for 2 months. It took me to clean this house out. And every time I would stir that up, I would breathe it. I get it in my lungs. And there was times I didn't even realize I was stirring it up when I was moving things around. It would just it coated everything in this cabin. This is only 8 by 40. There's a bathroom, there's a kitchen, there's a shower room. It's not all, there's everything was coated in here. And it took me months to get it out of here. So I breathed it for months. So my lungs, I know I'm going to get the results, and they're going to you need to go in and have some kind of surgery. I know and I don't want to have surgery. Like I broke my back a couple of times. I have not had surgery, and I will never have surgery on my back ever. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk the run to never be able to walk again. And I'm still moving. The lungs are still pumping. The eye is still somewhat working. The hearing's still somewhat working. Even if it's not working at full capacity, it's working. So I'm blessed to even have the ability to even have speech right now. But, thank Father that he's left me at least with my right to speak up, because I've been stripped of every other right. So just every day I wake up and I think, where is my son now? And I get started and I get working, and I just fade out, because I'm like, what am I doing? Your son's fucking missing and you're working? You give a fuck about working right now? And I don't care about working. Remember, I've kind of put myself under this thing because I have to get this other ministry paid off. So I have used, for my lungs, I've been using cannabis, and it's worked a little bit. It calms down that irritation, and I don't have any more edibles. So those were working a little bit. I didn't use them very often when I was really, really in a bad way. I'd take an edible, but I don't care about any of that right now. I mean, I'm sorry to mention it. It's not sorry. I apologize. But yeah, I guess what really kind of got me too is when I told Paul Palmer about these cops running over my driveway sign out there at the end of the driveway. Literally have all the forensics that it's the cops doing this. And then I call, and they don't, who do you call when the cops are running over your property? When you have the sheriff's office at the end of your driveway, literally running over your driveway signs. I have hip camp and signs out there. So I've done all the forensics. I used to be a pig. I did this for a living. I pulled all the measurements, ID, OD, all these different, the tire width, the tread. I have all the documentation. I have all the forensics. It's them. It's the cops running over my pole out at the end of the driveway. So I call the attorney and I let him know. And he says, if you're that stressed out, the cops running over your pole at the end of the driveway, I think you should go get a manual evaluation. Telling me to do my job, I quit. He quit. Because I told him to do his job. He wouldn't do his job with getting the transcripts from the police department where my son is supposedly fucking missing or dead. He won't do anything, follow up, and then I get the cops out here literally running over my pole at the end of my driveway, the marker pole out there. Got like 100, got a solar light on. It's kind of a piece of art, but they ran it over, clearly ran it over. The prints go directly at it, from the road directly at it. I mean, it's an intentional hit. The measurements measure up to the front of the police cruiser, their trucks out here with the push bar they have on the front of it. So who do you call when the cops are running over your property? You call your attorney, and hopefully the attorney would follow up with it, right? Well, I call the attorney and it's like, what the hell are you doing? I want something done about this. If you're that stressed out, go get a mental evaluation. And I quit. That's what he said. That's his last message to me. I'm breaking off communication with you. I quit. And that thing has happened since then, brothers and sisters. So nothing comes of my son being over here in Josephine County, about 3 or 4 hours away. Him in danger. My daughter's car is there. His car was supposedly there, but he bought it when he said he didn't talk to neither of them. He doesn't do shit about that. I let it, I'm trying to just. Then the cops start running over my property, and it's them. I know it's them. That's why why wouldn't he follow up with the cops and say, hey, I want to know where your phones were at. We're going to ping your phone. We're going to patrol that patrol vehicle. If that patrol vehicle is shown hitting the front of that, what would happen to those fucking cops for running over my property? They were the ones who ran it over. I have all the forensic evidence against them. Then they drive right back over to where it's at, sit there and stalk me, park, and I can go pull their tire prints. Get all the forensics times 2. Now I've got it at the pole. Now they're driving right next to it. Now can match it up. I mean, this is fucking stupid. How stupid are these fucking Lake County sheriffs? Then I call the attorney. He don't do shit. He don't do nothing. And then he says he quits. Then if it's that stressful, it's so bad, I should go get a psychological and mental evaluation. And so that's how I've come to this conclusion right now. I will not let this rest. I have no fucking nothing. I mean, they're going to put this guy, if he's going to quit, he's going to go back in the pool. It's going to take another 6 months. It's already been a year. They took about 6 months to get an attorney. He opened up the file and quit. Now this guy comes in. Oh, I've got all the bandwidth. I cleared out all my cases. Now I can help you, and I want to go after police corruption. That was his statement. So what a bunch of bullshit. Paul Palmer is a jack-off, hand-job Palmer who's never done shit. I encourage you to look him up right now. He doesn't even answer his fucking phone. He don't have a secretary. What kind of Lawyer doesn't have a secretary. What kind of lawyer, if you call his phone, it says his voicemail is full, box is full? What kind of attorney? I'm talking to this guy very few times I got to talk to him. He's, oh, I got to go with my kids. I'm picking up my kids over here or over, and he tells me where he's located at with his kids. You ever heard of a criminal attorney talking about mixing his livelihood, his life with his clients? I mean, this is criminal. I don't have a record at this point. Isn't he a ducking schmuck? He's a hand job. Jerk off Paul Palmer. Look him up, guys. How in the hell is this guy even an attorney? He does not have a secretary. If you look him up, we had other people look him up. He's got some freaking Mossad name. Raphael Ahmed. I read it to you guys. It's a big, long name. It's not even American. Ahmed? What the hell? So, you know, as a dad, I said I was going to fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison. Well, I'm fighting just to stay the fuck alive right now. One of these days, I'm just fighting for just the breath, just to be here, brothers and sisters. I mean, I'm trying to do the work for my son here, but man, I can't even get my shit together straight. My head is not on straight. I mean, I'm okay, but man, I can't think, you know, like, what the hell? I've got all these discrepancies. This guy isn't an attorney, man. Who the hell is this Paul Palmer? Who is this guy? Why won't he do anything? He has done nothing, and now he says he quits. So what the fuck do I do? Now I got to wait. They supposedly got some trial date in July for a 2-day trial. There ain't no 2-day trial. I already told him it would take them 2 years. If you did your fucking job, Paul, you'd be calling me every day. We'd be spending 3 or 4 hours on the phone at least, because the list of discovery of witness list is 40 plus people. There's 256 hours of discovery just before the SWAT raid. There's probably hundreds of phone calls that were made by subscribers like you guys from around the world, everywhere. They were calling Lake and Lane County. All these IP addresses they'd have to chase. All the hundreds of phone calls I made before this ever happened, trying to prevent this, going, what the hell is my son having to redo all this fucking probation for? He already did it. I was on the phone for years. So this case has actually started in 2020. And here it is, 2025, guys. Imagine that. 1 year ago, they SWAT raided this house and nothing has been done. Nothing legally. There's been no paperwork filed, no investigation done, nothing. And remember, it's a violation of my Fourth Amendment at 45 seconds. I'm not reaching for a gun. I'm not. Let's look at this. Let me show you why this case should be dropped. And again, this is hard to watch. We're going to watch it, but I'm going to show you. This is why this case should not go, should already been dismissed. This is a Fourth Amendment violation. I'm not reaching for a weapon. They showed up. I woke up. I started putting clothes on. Okay.
The state police are at my house. They're executing a warrant. You guys, the state police are at my house, and I told you I have the proof. It's right here up on the.
Now, am I grabbing for a weapon? Fuck you, cocks. Fuck off. Am I saying that?
Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Are you okay, Elijah? Elijah, are you okay? Elijah!
That's it. Case dismissed, guys. That is excessive force, attempted murder. Case closed. Case fucking closed right there. I am not threatening violence. I am not engaging with them. I have not made any moves towards being violent. They're live streaming. They know they're in here. They're watching this. They've got drones over this fucking house. They've got multiple armored vehicles. They've got 20 plus fucking guys armed to the fucking teeth. They got the Lake County sheriffs out here assisting them. They know what the fuck's going on. Their threat of violence was I would fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison, like I'm doing right now. I'm using my mouth. As I made very clear for hundreds of hours, I'm not talking about using a Second Amendment item. I'm having a stand up, not a standoff. There's weapons in this building, but they're old and they're never even fired them. Oh, if backed into a corner, I would calls and says, see, anonymous YouTube caller. So you're fucking evidence. So, you know, look at all this evidence they have to look at. Hundreds of hours of discovery, even before the house was SWAT raided. They come in here in 45 seconds with no threat of violence. You guys, if I had reached for a weapon, if I was engaging with them, fuck you, cops. If I had I had no criminal record. They had no justification to come in and do what they did. They did not come here to take me to jail. They came here to kill me, brothers and sisters. Whether you realize it, and I know that, and Father protect me, I feel blessed just to still be here. But they did not come here to be nice. They came here to shoot me. They wanted me to come out, startle me, make me grab a weapon and shoot me fucking dead and get rid of this loudmouth motherfucker that will not shut up about these corrupt cops selling illicit things to the farmers and to local people in this community and get a free fucking pass. And I'm not going to have it. If I know the police are going to corrupt, that's why I called Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, for years and told him to police these officers up here. Have a meeting with me, Michael Taylor. I'm a prior pig like you. Professional courtesy, what it's called, Michael Taylor. And I didn't call him a pig. I said, come up here. If you can't return my phone calls, because I've been calling your office for years now, and you will not, then come to this property. Come here, let's sit down, let's have a meeting, professional courtesy. And then they tell me, well, police can't police their own police, so you got to call the state. Well, I already called the state. Then after the state thing, like I said, I called the federal. I called the Department of Justice at the federal level, state level. They referred me to, well, since it's from the county and the state were involved, we're going to have to call this special office at Tina Kotek's office. Dude, I have made hundreds of phone calls. Not one time did I ever get a phone call until the day of the SWAT raid. And the only reason they were trying to call me was to get me off of my live stream, to get me off the live stream so they could shoot me and it not be recorded. And their body cam footage didn't have it. That actually turned off at the time. Why the fuck did they shoot my son? He had his hands in the air. His literal words as he's trying to, he's moving in the direction, he's paused. What now, with his hands in the air, trying to 100% cooperate, and they shoot him anyways. And if you listen, stop making it more difficult. Come out of the house now. That's all they wanted. I figured it out. I think that they shot over his head. I thought he was dead. He didn't make even a fucking single noise. Not a peep. I thought they just zipped him open. Automatic weapon. Listen to it. I was like, oh my God. And I'm sitting there pleading because I know my son might hear me. Telling him everything's okay. He did the right thing by going peacefully, and he did the thank you guys. And I've tried to thank them because my daughter's still in the fucking cabin. They already grenaded me to the face. I shut the door. I go back out. My son comes out. They shoot him. And now I got to get my fucking daughter out of there. So my mindset snapped into my military. And instead of grabbing a weapon, it went into survival mode. How do I protect the people around me? I'm obviously have this stance here where I'm somewhat responsible for these people. I need to get my daughter out of here. So I go into that mode. You do the right thing. You're going peacefully. Go peacefully, Adriana. Go peacefully, Adriana. Go peacefully, sweetheart. I love you. Go peacefully, sweetheart. Go peacefully. I told Elijah, do the right thing, son. We have the evidence, son. We have the evidence. Remember, go without resistance. I even told him the night before, Dad, I don't want to go to prison. I said, son, I don't care what happens. Remember the thief on the cross? We both have been in prison. Who cares? We've got to let him use us. Remember, be the vessel, son. Stop trying to steer the ship. Okay, Dad, I understand. That when they came here and he was scared for his life, he called me up with his wife in there. Dad, I'm not going to prison. Like I said, son, remember what we said, the thief on the cross. Okay, Dad, I'm coming out with my hands. He has his hands in the air, and they still shot him. So who shot my son? Was it the state police? Or was it Lake County Sheriff's Office? It was probably the state police because it was an automatic weapon. You can hear at least probably 9 to 10 shots being fired at my son with his hands in the air. Now, I couldn't see if they shot him or not, but is that what it was? See, I think that's what it would fucking show. If they didn't shoot him, well, then why did you miss? Did you shoot over his head? Because you hear the commander, whoever is in there giving the instruction, saying, stop making this more difficult, come out now. Come out now. They wanted me to come out of the fucking house so they could shoot me. So it's very obvious they didn't get what they wanted. And I'm really glad that I shut the door behind me. I had to shut my dogs in here with 5 tear gas canisters in this place, just looking like fucking ghost in here, just powdered, white in here. But they would have shot my dogs if I'd have left the door open. So I'm very thankful that they didn't shoot me. And you hear me making sure before I loop out the door, you're not going to shoot me, are you guys? Please don't shoot me. I'm thinking of my dogs. I mean, oh my God, if they fucking shoot me, who's going to take care of my dogs? And that's what I'm pleading. I got dogs in here, guys. Not ever violent, not ever violent towards them or anything. So they're definitely on the hook, So I'm not going to let this rest. F you fascist, let go. And what the hell are you talking about? So, I'm going to continue this march towards keeping my son to go from prison. I'm not going to allow this. As a matter of fact, is he sitting in a cage right now? Does fucking Marshall Radinish have him locked up, have my daughter locked up? Well, I'm going to probably be calling here again. And I'm going to ask this Josephine County once again, which is very difficult to do. Because if my son's there and they show up there, they're not going to be nice. Remember, they already hit me in the face with a grenade. They already tear gassed this, shot out all the windows in the front of this cabin, kidnapped my daughter and shot my son that day. What makes you think if they went back, they would be nice? So I don't know. I don't know what to think at this point other than I'm not going to sit here not one more day and act like he's okay. And I'm okay because I'm not. I'm mentally stable and I'm mentally fine, but I'm not going to stand here and say I'm okay to just sit here and my son has to look over his fucking shoulder when I have all the evidence and it's been a whole fucking year. Fuck that. Apologize for my cursing. I only have one right left. That's my First Amendment and I have to use that. I probably don't have to curse, but I don't know what else to do. I've suffered a concussion from 45, less than 1 minute from these people came here. They hit me in the face with a grenade. That is uncalled for. That's excessive force. And that is very easily, I think, if this went to trial, would be attempted murder. You don't hit somebody in the face with it. Tear gas is not a concussion, flash, concussion grenade. Has anybody in the room ever been flash grenaded with a concussion grenade? It would knock you on your ass with hearing plugs, hearing protection in your ears. It will make your vision turn spotty, white, black. I mean, it goes, see stars. Can't even see straight. Knock you stupid. And yet somehow without hearing protection, I was able to hit in the face and not go down like a sack of potatoes. I feel very blessed to be here. So Father must not be done with me yet. But man, I'm telling you, my mental state is really starting to be worn on, knowing that my son, I'm a dad, my son and my daughter's life is possibly in jeopardy. I can't rest. I'm not going to do anything else but this full time now. I got to go back to this. I did this before. I'm going to flip a switch. I did it before. I ended up with 2 fucking felonies last time. So 2 more. Menacing police and harassing the police. We're telling them, you know where my son's at. And they ended up knowing where he's at. I wasn't wrong. I got 2 felonies for being right. Isn't that pretty ironic? 2 felonies for getting it right. Pointing out that they're wrong and they'll come after you and target you. So I don't need any more charges. I don't need to go to jail. I don't need to be locked up. Last time it cost me $4,000. I could use that right now. I have another piece of property that I'm trying to extend the ministry into town. Make it a little easier for people to get to, have the freeze dryer and whatnot. But man, I can't even get my head straight to start thinking about that when I start thinking that my son is somewhere potentially and he's in suffering, or he's looking over his shoulder and he's never even contacted me one time. It just doesn't make any sense. So I don't care about breaking a no contact order. They can kiss my fucking ass. I'll break the no contact order. If I find my son, all I'm going to ask him if he's what he wants to fucking do at this point. I don't care what they say. What the fuck is a no contact? What is that? That's probably a misdemeanor. Fuck you. I'm already facing 6 felonies. What do I care about some stupid fucking misdemeanor for? Add it to the other one that I got. What is it? Conspiracy, criminal conspiracy. 6 felonies and a class A misdemeanor. Oh, I'm such a criminal, aren't I? So, all right. I want to wrap this up, brothers, sisters, and take a little bit of a break here and spend some time with Father and see if he can make some come to my mind. But at this point, I'm not going to let this rest. I'm not going to sit there when the attorney, Paul fucking handjob, jack off, Mossad, FBI, fake fuck Palmer won't do shit. Well, then I'm going to have to do it myself. The dude don't even have an investigator. So fuck Paul Palmer. What a fake clown he is. I encourage you to call his office. Do not harass him, but ask him, are you an attorney? The fuck are you doing in Tracy's case? Oh, I quit, he said. I quit. Because I told him to do his job. Find those, figure out what's going on with those transcripts and do something about these cops running over my property. Oh, well, if that bothers you so much, just go get a psychological mental evaluation. What a fucking jack off that man is. So I want to call him. I want to leave a message, but he already said he quit as my attorney. He's going to break conversation with me. So he's not my attorney anymore. He won't file the paperwork, but he said he quit. So as far as I'm concerned, he's not my attorney. Does he look like a cousin from the Middle East? I mean, I'm not trying to say that, but what the hell is his name? Rafael Ahmed. Ahmed? What? He don't add up either. Nothing about Paul Palmer adds up. Nothing. And at the very least, that is a right, a Sixth Amendment right of adequate counsel. That's not adequate counsel. He has not done shit. So I don't feel any, ill will towards Paul Palmer, but he's a jackoff. Well, no wonder his name was Palmer, trying to give people a hand job. Didn't he give me no Vaseline and gasoline, try to give me a reach around or something? Dry rub me. Fucking hand job, Paul Palmer. So I made just specific live streams about this guy. So he has access to my live stream. He should, and he ain't called me since. So it's been weeks since this hand job has called me, and he didn't call me. He just responded to my message. The only time he responds to my message is when I put it on him. He seriously won't just call me. I have to be like, dude, I'm calling the bar. This is stupid. You're not doing anything. I was busy. I'm sorry. I have like 3 messages where he responded to me, and every time I'm sorry. It's always I'm sorry. So fuck you. I'm not sorry about anything. I might apologize for cursing, but I am not sorry, and I have 0 regrets. So can't change it. Not worried about it. Be not anxious, he said. So I'm gonna have to run with that. Run with faith. But leave a comment if you have any ideas on how to get a hold of my son. If you know anybody over there in Josephine County that can see my son's whereabouts, that little yellow truck. See, there we go. Oh, pardon me. That's what it is right there. What the hell is that? What name is that? Who is this guy, guys? So, Ryan, appreciate it, guys. I just can't sit here anymore. I'm mentally okay. I'm okay. I got all my wits about me. I'm sitting here calm. I'm not planning anything. I just really want Father to, if he could somehow speak to me through the scripture on what it is that I should be doing. AKA Paul Palmer. Is that not incredible, guys? Look at the name of this person. Look at who this is. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So, you guys, when he quits as my attorney, now the case goes back into limbo. You know what I'm saying? It goes back into limbo. He said he quit. I don't know if I have these last text messages here or not. Yeah, I don't think I copied those last ones. Oh my God, the guy's a jackoff. Well, I was reading some of this stuff. He just is not. Yeah, that's all I'm telling him. Emergency. Yeah, I don't want to read this, guys. This is stupid. Yeah, this guy's just a complete jack off. So I got to figure something out, guys, because again, I can't sit every day knowing that my son isn't in his life is, looking over his shoulder when he should already have been done. This is the right of due process has been failed. The right of fair, speedy trial has been failed. Yeah, channel. If you keep gonna keep your head down, is there any way here looking at you? He's not gonna answer any questions. The fuck are you talking about, dipshit? Blackhawk Gaming? This ain't no fucking game. Why do you have a channel if you just gonna keep your head down? And what do you mean keep your head down? These people are fucking stupid, man. So, anyways, like I said, brother, sister, my son, he's a man. He's a grown-ass man, but he's got to have somebody to advocate for him right now because they would have just railroaded him. And I don't blame him for protecting himself. A 2-day trial, they do the same thing to me, supposedly some 2-day trial. It would take them 2 years and probably 2 to 3 months of trial, at least. So this whole thing, it's very difficult. And like I said, my son's one thing, but my daughter is damn caught in the middle of this. She is caught in the middle of this. And this is just, it's unreal. How would they know where he's at and they have an arrest warrant for his arrest? They know where he's at, but they don't get him. They don't go get him. 7 years, 10 years, possibly prison sentence. They could put him in prison for 10 full years and he can't get out. That's a lot of money to get paid on. And they're just going to sit there and let it hang in the balance? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. I am not going to fall for that bullshit. They got a warrant for his arrest. They came and SWAT raided his house to come get him. What? So I'm a dad. Being a parent is something that you don't get an instruction book for. So if I don't do this right, oh fucking well. But I know that even though my son turned 18, I'm not going to stop taking care of him. If he was a piece of shit, I'll probably help him out. But he's a good young man. He got in trouble. And he did more time than anybody in the whole case. Nobody else went to jail except for him. I still to this day cannot wrap my brain around that. And in the same case, there was a rapist involved that he, unbeknown to him, and he was never charged in the case. Everybody else was charged except for the fucking rapist. How is that even possible, too? This case is just beyond fathomable. They could, again, do a movie about this and people would not even believe it's real. They would not even think that this is how somebody in the United States could be treated, and let alone a veteran, somebody that doesn't have a criminal record, pays taxes even though I don't want to pay him, owns his land, been in the county for more than a decade, United States Army veteran. This is how they treat a fucking veteran in this country. Stripped me of every single right except for my First Amendment. So I apologize for the cursing. I guess the old me's coming back out, but I'm trying to do the best I can. I can't wake up every day knowing my son's looking over his shoulder. My daughter's with him. They're looking over their shoulder. They've been separated. Maybe that's how he's fucking keeping them. Maybe he's got them separated and he's like, I'll kill your fucking wife if you don't do what the fuck I say. There we go. See? I don't know. But I know I should have had answers that day when I called a Josephine County Sheriff and said, hey, I think my son and my daughter are here because their cars are there and you have a warrant for his arrest and I want you to shoot him. But I care more that for my daughter's safety at this point in time, I need to make sure she's okay. She's caught in the middle of this. The dude's got, you need justification. He stole 40 pounds of silver. Here's the evidence. He's got my passport. That's a federal offense. You go there right now. And in turn, they threatened me with breaking a no contact order. So then the attorney calls to get the transcripts. They won't get the attorney the transcript. There's nothing in this case that's even anywhere remotely close to correct. So I'm not going to stand by here for one more day and act like this shit is just, it's okay with me. And I'm going to get up and do nothing. I'm going to go build and try to buy another piece of property and do this. I appreciate the relief valve here, but I'm not just going to sit here every day and not help my son. It's already been a year. Already got 6 felonies and a misdemeanor charge. What the fuck is another misdemeanor for trying to find out where he's at? I'm fucking concerned about his well-being. You want to fucking charge me because I'm concerned because you won't fucking do anything, and then do it. It's already told, entice these fucking feds, you pieces of shit, you alphabet soup agencies. You're the fucking on the hook for this because I already called you feds. From your jackass office, Department of Jackasses, to your Federal Bureau of Idiots, imbeciles at the bottom. And every office in between, and not one office or agency has ever once called me back in 5 fucking years. Not one single time. Our government is a fucking failure, and all these alphabet soup agencies are fucking garbage. Corporation, and not one has even tried to help me, my son, my daughter, this county, or this state, or even this fucking country. So I rebuke all these fucking federal my ass. They all should be in prison, if you ask me. Failed a fucking veteran for speaking up. And I didn't cuss for thousands of hours. Never cussed for, was it day 15 after streaming for 200 plus hours or something like that? I lost it, guys, and I started cursing, but I wasn't violent. So fuck this country. I hate this country so fucking much, man. Not the people, but the country itself is garbage. The whole law it's gone. It's gone. It's rubbish. Innocent till proven guilty, my ass. I have all the evidence to prove this case times 100. I mean, they said my son didn't do it. He did it with 5 fucking guys. And he's the only one to go to jail? Not they said he didn't do it. That was his probation. He did the probation with 5 different people. 3 males and 2 females. Plenty of witness of all this shit. And they don't ever want to look. Instead, they just SWAT raid the house. Fuck this country. I am seeking asylum. Again, I put it out there. Father hasn't stepped in and provided, but maybe someday some country will say, hey, we'll have you. We actually looked at your case. You're very strong, understanding the law, and we see you're not violent. You haven't committed, we understand you're better, but you didn't do anything violent. You just used your rights, and they stripped you and ripped you and fucking basically just assaulted me, tried to murder me. To shut me up, to get me to be quiet about the corruption within this country, within this county, within the state, within the probation office. Not everybody does their job correctly, but people get away with this shit when nobody will point them out. So I'm only doing what it takes. It says in the book of Ephesians 5, be not partakers in unfruitful works of darkness, expose them. I'm only doing what Christ did. He stood against the perverted law. So I'm more Christ-like than most people are, and I'm not saying that makes me better, but he said, follow after me and conform to my image. Do what I did. So they whipped him, striped him, hung him, put holes in him, ripped his beard out of his face, stabbed him, and threw him in prison. So if anybody does want to do any of those things to you, I don't think you even know who Christ is. And I think you're just fine with what has happened with this former constitutional republic, now a corporation. It's appalling. And I don't care what happens to this flesh. I am not seeking vengeance towards no man, but I will, till the day I die, as I said, keep my word and honor what I said. I will fight to the death to keep Elijah Werner from going to prison, and I'll continue to use what I'm talking as my constitutional rights without using any Second Amendment or violence towards any man. I seek no vengeance. I don't care who the hell did what. I don't even care if Marshall killed my fucking son and daughter. I'll figure it out. If that's the case, I'll figure it the fuck out, but I need some fucking answers. If they're dead, they're dead. Oh, fucking well. I can't change. Father already wrote my day of death. I'm a serious person. I'm not going to fucking stand down and take this lightly anymore. There's a reason why I'm facing 6 felonies: hindering prosecution, interfering with prosecution, menacing the police, and harassing the fucking police. These are all charges against the law because I won't let them arrest my son. I don't feel bad at all about that. Even if I spend the rest of my life in prison and they railroad me, at least I know that I fucking stood up. And I didn't lay down and take it like a bitch. Get me on my back and I'm fucked. Sorry, ladies, I'm not really serious. I'm just a turtle. Get them on the back. They can't even kick over or flip or something, honey. Oh, I mean, turtle. Come on, man. Nobody can even be serious about anything, everybody. Everything's Team America. They don't even want to talk about what is going on. These apostate fucking law enforcement officers in this country are just terrible. This is the most dangerous place to be in the whole world, in case you hadn't figured it out, America. You know, the founding writers of the Constitution warned about a standing army, and they got it right now. It's called your deputies, elected sheriff, your city, and your fucking state fucking troopers, to include all these alphabet soup agencies that are heavily armed as well. The most dangerous place to be in this world is America. They're not a more dangerous place to be. These fucking cops, all they want to do is shoot you fucking dead. All they care about is officer safety. Ever heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? Nope. Because a firefighter will run into your house, chased out, yet get you out of there, burning buildings, smoke, go in there and grab your dog, your wife. Shit, you're durable for that sake. All the officers care about is officer safety. Fuck the police. Fucking tyrants, man. Not one good officer left in this corporation in America. Not one good cop. Why are they allowing crimes of commerce and not asserting the original Constitution? Because they're fucking pig tyrants. Call them out, brothers, sisters. If you don't, you're not Christ-like. I apologize for the cursing. He wouldn't approve of my cursing. I know that. It's what comes out of a man that defiles him. But you can look past that filter. You can see that I make a very strong argument here. So I'm going to continue to stand using the last right that I have as a U.S. American, if you want to call me that. I'm American. Just my First Amendment right. I don't have any other. Right of due process, Miranda, fair and speedy trial, adequate, all my rights, either violated. Sixth Amendment, right to fair and speedy trial. It's been a year since they came in with a SWAT raid and never looked at my son's evidence, and then has not done shit to look at the evidence since. You hear me? In the SWAT raid. You did the right thing, guys. You did the right thing. We have the evidence. They've never even looked at it in one whole year. Fuck this country. And fuck everybody in it that don't give a fuck about it. About the fact that it's a constitutional republic, not a corporation. You're a fucking corporation is what you are. You either start standing with the word and stand against this corporation and stand up for your constitutional rights, or, just go down in history being in the silent fucking majority. That's what you are. So it's like my daughter right now. They kidnapped her that day without a warrant, brothers and sisters, without a warrant. That is a fucking illegal arrest. Accosted her body, her wrist, threw her in a fucking county jail. They let her go the next day, but they still threw her in jail, which is illegal. Charged her with hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer, and criminal conspiracy. They dropped all her charges in September. That is a fucking kidnapping. She should be, if I could locate her right now, she should have at least $50 million. The county it was involved as well as 20 plus state troopers, all heavily fucking armed to the teeth. Every one of them should be sued, and their bonds. She should not be struggling looking over her fucking shoulder right now. That's why I'm not going to let this rest. My daughter got involved in this, and they didn't even have a warrant for arrest, and they put her in fucking jail. That is a kidnapping. I have spoken with more than one attorney, and they 100% agree they could not do that. That is illegal. She should not be looking over her shoulder with her husband. Right now, she should be sitting. She lost her fucking job over this shit. She was working 2 days a week after working 5, meaning she was working 7 days a week to help my son double time do it again over when he had already done it once. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. So she should be reimbursed. She's lost her house, her husband, all this. A year ago, her whole life was interrupted. She didn't do a fucking thing. She ends up getting thrown in jail. This shit is bullshit. Fuck the state of Oregon. Fuck Lake County Sheriff's Office. If she could file a lawsuit, that's how I'm going to find her too. Fuck it. My son is where she's at. Her car was there. I'm going to fucking find my children. I'm going to find my son. I'm going to find my daughter. And I want to make sure she gets that lawsuit filed, and it wouldn't take a month, and they'll fucking have to bow down and go, yep, we did and made a legal arrest. We didn't have a warrant signed by a judge. We did not have an indictment. That is illegal. How much do you want? So between this, and I'm not, who cares about fucking money? I don't think neither of my son would give a fuck about, they just want their lives back. My son lived by his hands, fixing and selling cars, modifying, doing very special work on cars. She worked 5 days a week, her ass off for years for a good wage. They lived in a townhouse, and never had one single complaint in years. I mean, their house was so close to their neighbor because it's a townhouse. I lived so far away, you could fart and smell it. I don't see they can have a physical relationship and the other people not hear it. I mean, it is that close, and that's what it is. Can you, if it doesn't, tell me. Oh, my name is Pastor Revelation. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. I am not all capital letters. I am not a corporation. I only operate in a private capacity. I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not sovereign. I do not claim any of these state, national. I don't have to claim none of these things. I don't have to claim nothing. I live in an apostate nation that's been raping people for 50 fucking years, making them pay for oil. And so I'm going to speak up about it. I'm a prior veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution. Its very first general order is do not quit your post until properly relieved. So I will not quit this post. I don't give a fuck if my DD-214 says Echo Tango Sierra end to tour service. My tour service isn't ended. So pound sand if you don't like it. Jimmy Crack Corn. You can't step to this. You didn't defend the Constitution during the COVID. You did nothing to protect your community, the people in your state. I very seriously doubt that you even give a shit about anybody but your little own bubble and yourself. And I'm not trying to be a dick, but that's the problem with this country. They don't want to stand up for the right of the people. It was a constitutional right that covered all people. You didn't even have to have fucking citizenship in this country to have the right afforded under the Constitution. So let's see. Somebody's putting some, Ian's just being so. Ian doesn't have a DD-214. Ian, did you do anything? Tell me what you did for this country. Ian, you said you can't, all your messages, since all you're going to be is foul mouth, potty mouth like me, and they're censoring your messages, not me. What did you do during the COVID to defend the people and the right of the people during the COVID? During that whole stand on the X, wear a face diaper. Did you take, I think you've been drinking too much tap water there, Ian. Maybe you got too much booster. Come here, Ian. Let me show you something here. See this? All you have to do is call Lake County Sheriff's Office. This is the icon of the valley. See this right here? This is the easiest point of reference to find. You want to come out here and dig some fucking holes with me? That's what we do. We dig holes out here. Maybe I might even offer to buy you fucking lunch. See that? There's a pole down at the end of that driveway. It's walled road. It's oil dry road. Leads to that pole. You can't fucking miss it. It's got 100 reflectors on it. The cops ran it down. Okay, I don't have an address. I don't live on the fucking grid. You see this? I live off the grid. I'm not like you. I don't have a fucking flushing, system, septic, fuck all that bullshit. I use waterless toilets. I'm off the grid. I use solar panels. Look, I'm not hiding. I don't have an address, asshole. I'm the easiest person to find. All you have to do is call Lake County Sheriff's. They'll know exactly where the fuck I live. So stop threatening me and making threats. You can be arrested for that. But will they arrest you for making fucking threats? I doubt it. You're a piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. So, yeah, off the grid streaming on YouTube. See that? That's called a power pole. Do you see a can up there, idiot? Ian doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm not hooked up to the power, dumb fuck. Off the grid does not mean that you're on the internet. Off the grid means that you're you're an idiot. It means you're not hooked up to the power poles. Stop being such a loser. Coming in here trying to speak shit that you don't even know what you're talking about, calling people a pussy. Why don't you come out here and dig some holes? I got more fencing. The cops ran down. How much? I bet you we can start digging fencing here. I bet you I can dig 3 as many holes as you. Your holes will be this big. My holes will be this big. You couldn't even keep up with me. Not even one hole. So don't even sit there and try it. Are you getting your rocks off? Do you have your happy ending there? Hey, this bike's for sale if anybody wants to buy a bike. So I'm not your bro, Ian, and you can pound sand. All your stuff's getting, my holes are small. Okay, you want me to take you and show you a 50-foot hole in the back of this property? 50-foot hole, 12 by 50? Get out of here. No, it's a Valkyrie. That's for sale. That 4Runner's for sale. I'm working on trying to get that Ford. I think it's actually just a bad ground now. And I got that flatbed for sale as well. So I have some more things for sale out here too. I'll be trying to get over here and fix up this rusty dragon over here. One of these buildings that I work, I'll be renting these out here soon, out here in the Moonshine Cabin Rentals. So that's a 4-wheel drive Ford. That's an Isuzu. That's a Toyota, and that's a Valkyrie. I also have a 5-acre parcel for sale up the road on. All right, Ian, get the fuck out of here, you loser. You're a loser, man. All you're trying to do is pick a fight with me. I told you to come dig holes, so you can't even pick your fucking nose. Get your hand out of your ass. You know, you got your head, your thumb up your butt or something. Either come out here and dig some holes or shut the fuck up or make it rain. If you're such a badass, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? I got a Cash App there, asshole. So let's show everybody how much of a badass you are. You got so much money. You're so wealthy. You fight in the UFC or something because you want to fight. Make my Cash App rain or leave. Or leave. Leave. I don't hear my Cash App ringing, so you ain't got no money, loser. You're a broke dick Bob is what you are. So stop calling me a pussy. Stop trying to pick a fight with somebody. I ain't trying to fight with anybody, asshole. Could you take a grenade to the face? I don't think so. I'm a veteran, you fucking idiot. Think I got a lot more training on unarmed self-defense than you on how to defend myself. I don't need a weapon to defend myself. So stop being such a pussy and make my Cash App rain, or stop being a loser because you're just a troll. We already did a whole live stream about just people like you, Ian. People just like you. Trolls are broke. They don't have any money. I have now for many months have made this subject. No, it's not buy a Harley like a real man, you dumb fuck. You woke, go broke, fucking Harley. I'm not saying I'm two-wheel thug. I grew up a red and white, you dumb fuck. My brother's red and gold. You probably don't even know what it means to have a 3-piece. Wouldn't even know what a 1%er is there, Gabe. Get the fuck out of here. Wouldn't know nothing about riding a bike. I barely can. You couldn't even ride this bike. That's got a V6 motor on the front of it. I bet you dumped this bike so fast it'd fall over on you and break your fucking leg. You couldn't pick this bike up, let alone could you ride this bike. That's a V6. That's faster than any Harley on the fucking road, you idiot. Shut the fuck up. You don't even know anything about bikes. I grew up red and white, you dumb fuck. I told you my brother's red and gold, the largest fucking gang in the world. So learn about what the hell you're talking about before you open up your mouth to me. Yeah, I'm a little salty today, boys. Don't call me your brother either, because I ain't your brother. Are you doing the will of the Father? It's the Rusty Cowboy, Rust Sisters over here. We'll stand over here for a minute. We don't get good reception right here, but thought I'd come over here and show you. Sometimes I wear my hat, and Rusty's the one who stole my hat, so. Have you ever heard, you got a strong hand on these machines. These folks don't know what I'm talking about. You ever heard of Gold Wings? Yeah, I used to sell Gold Wings for Cycle Sports Eugene. I've sold many of the, remember when that first, oh gosh, because it's been a while, but that first 1500 that they put out, that Honda put out, that I think it was the 1500 Gold Wing, man. That bike, I remember I took that out, still had a little cosmoline on the back of the tire, and I stood the front end of that bike up, and I never actually stood up a dressed bike like that before. It was pretty awesome. But anyways, let's go over here. Let's take a little tour of the Rusty Dragon while we're out here. Give you a little tour of the property here. People want to try to pick a fight with somebody that not probably, like I said, they ain't going to get a fight. They could probably end up coming out here digging holes. So Let's go over here to the Rusty Dragon. Actually, I had a piece of this siding that fell off. I've been trying to get this. I don't know if anybody's a good Ford person, but I had the inspection cover come off on the four-wheel drive. And then I replaced this wiring because some of it had, I opened up the hood, it was smoking and it caught fire. And so I replaced the wiring, but I've noticed over here, I think one of the problems I couldn't get it to start is this is loose. And somebody told me if I actually jump these two, I should get it to pass the starter, but I was noticing this is pretty loose. And somebody said, that's why it's not starting, because you don't have it grounded. See that? They said that's why it's not actually starting over, because the fuses are good. The wiring's all been replaced. All this wiring's good. And when I put in a thicker gauge, even a thicker gauge of wiring that was on it. And I feel comfortable about the wiring. It's got a push button start, but I just can't get it to fire over. So when I chased it back, I was told that I went to go buy this part the other day, and they said that there's a really good couple people up there in the parts store. And yeah, when I told them this was loose, they said, that's your problem. You're not getting a ground, and therefore it's not starting. They said I could actually pass probably that ground by putting I guess if I jump this like this and put a screwdriver like this, it will surpass this. And even if it's having an issue with the ground, it should make that roll over, because I get all the lights to come on in the truck, the headlights work, everything works, but I cannot get that starter to fire over. And again, I'm not a Ford guy, but I was told if this, if you jump that would pass that starter, because it has this coming into it. That is that starter wire off of a push button. So I'm not much of electrical. I mean, I know some, but I think that's the issue. And I'm hoping that I can get that fixed too here. So I've been working on that. That's why that hood's up on that. So let's go ahead and walk over here to the Rusty Dragon. Yeah, I wish I had somebody out here that could work on these vehicles, right? I know how to work on them. When I do them, I can normally fix them. But I had a piece of wood fall down off of there. Right there. We're going to have to get back up there and get that back up on that. This is the Rusty Dragon. Little shot of the dragon there. So we're going to go inside here. This is where Kevin was staying. I'm going to come back in here and try to get the rest of this. He was sleeping on the bed back here. And this is the interior of the back of the kitchen. I put this area. I put this tin in here. And we've got this rusty tin on the back. I'm actually going to be taking these out and putting more of a square type of board. We've got the wood stove in here. A little dusty from bringing in wood, but we'll get it cleaned back up. And the really nice, beautiful hearth fireplace there. This goes up to the loft here. Hi, Panther boy. Hi, Yasher boy. How are you doing, kid? So, anyways, a little shot here. Just thought I'd bring you in here and show you got to finish getting the rest of this done now. Now that he's out here, I've got to get this wood lid put on it. I'm going to be using the same wood here that I've got here on these rounds. What are you doing, Panther? Yeah, sure, boy. Yeah, sure, boy. Well, you're such a handsome guy. You're so handsome. But again, I'll get this lid finished up, and this will really finish this up in here. I have all the insulation and whatnot for it, but this is the loft. I got the tools up there right now, but that's that really neat old ladder. And again, kind of a neat all repurpose, you know, this is an old board. This is an old, oh, come on, a top of a tool, the table or whatever, a workbench. This is a big workbench. This is actually split, and I took the board that was in the middle out, which is narrower, and put these in here, and that's the other end of the board. That board actually matches up with, you know, the other end. I just took the again the board and turned it and put it in here, and then these are really large, you know, kind of like these ones here. It's kind of tough to tell, but this is really thick. And this is my hand underneath. There's actually layers of that board is super wide, you know, some of this stuff here. But I'm going to put a lid on here as well. I'll put a tin lid on here, and then this will all get from right here back. Right here back will all be tin up in here with this light colored tin, and then all of this over here is going to be wood like this here. And I've got to get off my fourth point of contact and get it done. So I still have this wall to do, which again, I think I'm going to go ahead and run these larger boards like I have here, and then come across the top and put tin down right here. So still another, some stop back in there that I already have, but a similar something like that, and then seal that, and then I'll be done in here. So not a whole lot more to do, but definitely getting, I need to get at it. Again, every time I get going and get on something, I start thinking about my son, going, what the hell am I doing when my son's stinking missing and I'm not doing anything about it? So it's really tough for me to just get working in here, because my mind just cannot normally hold. I mean, normally I can stay busy, and this stuff doesn't do all this overnight. I mean, to build this stuff takes time. This, you know, took a little bit of time just to build this back hearth on the back of this fireplace here, but got some more going in there too. Look at this. I'm doing the same kind of rock work on the inside of this panel right here to go all the way up to the window. Come on, focus. But little by little, I've gotten her done. But again, I've been trying to get my motivation back. I just can't seem to get my motivation thinking of my son. What are you doing, pretty boy? Handsome. This is all slate tile from different kinds of tile. There's green and just a kind of a different design that I got going there. We'll probably have to come back in with a little bit of a filler here in some areas, but I kind of like it like this. I'm actually going to come in and seal this whole floor. This is all wood over here, and actually behind here, there's the wood goes the other way, and it's a little bit nicer back there. But all in all, you know, I'll get it cleaned up and get this thing rented out. And I need to have this as a source of income to rent out for cabin rental. So this is a good time of year to do it. And I need to finish it up and get myself done here. A little shot of the backside there as well. So thought I'd bring you out here. Like I said, people trying to damn fight with me, and what the hell is wrong with people, man? Wish they'd come out here. You know, like I said, I could use fence holes dug right here, all the way down here, all the way down here. Somebody want to come be a badass, you know? Maybe we could put some gloves on or something. Maybe we could wrestle. I'd wrestle you. You know, maybe we don't have to, you know, do UFC jiu-jitsu, but I'll wrestle you. You want to wrestle? Like on the ground? We can wrestle on the dirt. We can wrestle in the bushes. I'd be more than happy to wrestle with you, you know, if you want to do some wrestling. That way we're not striking each other like jiu-jitsu or anything. But, you know, if you want to try to submit me and choke me out, I'll let you come out here and try to choke me out. If you know, I don't want to be physical with anybody, but see what I'm saying? I don't want to hit anybody. I don't want to throw elbows or anything like that. But, I mean, if you're so badass, why don't you come out here and dig some holes? We'll have a competition. Maybe competition makes you stronger. Like I said, I need fencing dug all along here, I got to finish this fence line back here. Actually, I need to dig fence line all the way there. Why don't you come dig fencing instead of try to come out here and kick my ass, huh? Like I said, how about you try to choke me out or something? You know, submit me. Why don't you do something like that? Anybody a wrestler want to come wrestle with me? Fucking people, man. So freaking violent. Here's our pagan totem out here. Maybe that's what I'll do from now on. When people want to be violent, I'll ask them if they want to come out and wrestle with me. Wrestle this old man. See if they can take me and pin me down to the ground. Choke me out. Make me stop breathing for a minute. That won't kill me. I won't press no charges or nothing. Like I say, we could sign waivers or something, but stop threatening to beat me up, you idiots. I ain't gonna beat you up. I ain't gonna do anything to you. The cops didn't get a gun violence like they wanted, so you ain't gonna get no violence from me. Stop it. Stop being an idiot. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So, all right. I'll go back in and shut this stream down and get to work. Get to work. What are you doing, boys? No, you staying here. Staying here with the dad. You guys are just wanting to come back in here anyways. All right. Somebody wanted to kick my butt, so I thought I'd tell them where I was at. They were for sure they're going to find me. So, what? Are you happy Dad's back in the house? You Dad? Oh, don't you kiss me. Oh, Mr. Yotter boy. Him's a happy boy. Him's a happy dad's home. Him's happy dad's home. Him's loves the dad. He loves the dad. No kisses. Don't you kiss me. Don't you kiss me. Don't you dare kiss me. Don't you dare kiss me. Don't you dare kiss me. So, he's a boy. He's my poppin' dog. He's my boy. I can kiss him, but he can't give me kisses. You're some boy. Nope. Don't kiss your brother. He can't give me a kiss, so he's giving his brother some love. You're a silly boy. You are silly. Stop being a silly boy. You are one silly guy. Oh, he's going to get crazy. He's going to get crazy. Oh, there's my other guy. There's my other guys. Oh, stop it. You're so silly. You got the same color tag as Dad's shirt, huh? He's got a green one. Look at that. That's, you can't see it. You can put an old hand in there, though, huh? Yes, we can. That's a little loose, buddy. Yeah, I'm streaming on a potato, you idiot. That's what I stream from, a potato. Yep. I'm in Idaho, and I'm on a russet potato. Streaming live from a potato, guys. We're Mr. Spud. Here, let me take off my nose, and I can replace it with my my ear. Grow up there, Leroy. Stop being a child. Are you streaming on your are you hooked up to the digital web? Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you on Wi-Fi, Leroy? You're food for Wi-Fi, so you know that. You're food for Wi-Fi, so. All right. I guess the troll Ian doesn't have any money and never made it rain in here. All trolls are broke, guys. Never once has a troll ever donated one Cash App or a Super Chat, so we'll do that again. We'll hit on the fact that trolls are broke and all they do is spend money on beta games and World of Warcraft and Call of Duty, but they don't actually have any money. There's never been a troll that's ever made one donation to the ministry. So trolls really don't count because they try to speak up, but they don't put their money where their mouth is. So pretty funny to watch to see how broke a troll is. They have nothing else to do, so that's how they try to gain, is by to lower you down to their standards so they can feel the gain. See, that's how they derive their pleasure. That's a sick, twisted kind of troll, isn't it, huh? We get him in here from time to time. So Ian was a troll. It's too bad. I thought Ian might have actually been the first troll First, he wanted to beat me up and call me a pussy. And then I said he can come dig holes. But then I told him to put his money where his mouth is. And he never once. Maybe we'll just keep the stream going all day long. And we'll see if one troll has even a dime to their name. Probably not. I bet you we could leave the stream up for 100 days straight and not one single troll would ever make one donation. So all trolls are broke. So trolls don't count, guys. They can say what they want, but they can't put their money where their mouth is. Remember, he said I was a pussy. He wanted to find my address. I told him exactly where I lived, and I don't have an address. And then I didn't threaten violence. I actually threatened. Remember, I said I could, cook him something to eat or something. He could dig holes. He could dig his own holes, and I could dig mine, and we could build fences out here. And then instead of fighting, we could get something done. So too bad that trolls are broke, and they never have any donations other than a bunch of slimy pig crap. Is basically they're just flinging dung everywhere out of their face. Just, you ever heard of that two girls in a cup? Like whatever that is all about. I've never seen it. I know I've heard something about it, but I know it has to do with feces, and that's what they are. Feces. Mind me, sir, what about putting money like betting on it? I said, if they want to wrestle me, want to beat my ass and throw punches, I said, well, come out here and wrestle with me then. We can wrestle. You want to try to choke me out or something? And we'll sign a waiver because I don't want violence. I actually kind of like the jiu-jitsu sport of martial arts. Obviously grew up rolling around on the concrete and, as a child. And, so a mat's an awesome place to, enjoy a sport where you can not try to beat the brakes off somebody. Yeah, actually, I think UFC is a great sport. It really is. They act like professionals. They play a little bit of it up. I think Dana does a good job at not overdoing it. And some of them are a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I think they all keep pretty confined. They really don't overdo it like it's WWE style, where there's like over, and the cool thing is they'll put on a front. They'll act like they're, and then after the thing they wrestle, they shake hands and they go on, they go talk to each other in a locker room. And it's kind of like WWE where they're putting on a front, but they're not actually putting on a front. See, there's really a professionalism to mixed martial arts. But yeah, let's not be throwing elbows and trying to beat the snot and, curb stomping somebody here and beating the brakes off somebody. You can actually, if you know how to wrestle, somebody want to wrestle, I'll wrestle with anybody. I'll wrestle with you, sure. But I don't want to fight anybody. I let Father fight all my battles. So, no, I don't think so at all, is what I'm saying, Ricardo. I don't think Father would, because he said under this covenant, he said, let vengeance mine. Father used to require death and sacrifice and blood and war, but not now. So he does not want war. He does not want us to seek vengeance. So if two people are, as a sport, not knowing they want to hurt each other, being punching through, they're trying to submit or, get the win, the W. It's not like, or get the title. It's a professional sport. Right? And again, I like that all rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. So if it's controlled and nobody's trying to seek vengeance and it's not done out of spite and to do it, and again, then they both shake hands at the end of the locker room and they make a living and their families are taken care of and they're not super wealthy. I think the UFC is a great example of how people can go through that sport and not become so big and wealthy that they risk their chance of being with Father. I mean, there's some of them that are a little blown up, but some that are a little too wealthy too. But as a whole, I really feel that the sport is a prime example of how people can be professionals at something like that and not, go against God's, he said, let vengeance be mine. So they're not seeking vengeance. They're in a cage. They're contained. And again, at the end of the time, most of the time, even if they act like enemies, they shake hands and walk away and go talk to each other in a locker room and move on and move to the next opponent, and not try to do it as some, I'm going to beat you up, you pussy, whatever, like that. Ian was trying to come in here, trying to pick a fight with me. He wanted me to throw elbows on him, So, but I don't want to throw elbows because I don't want to kick anybody or even rip the side of your face off with just one finger. That would be wrong. You'd be bleeding everywhere and I'd never have to punch you. And that wouldn't be right because that would be more like vengeance. I'd be trying to hurt you, cause you to bleed, and I'm not trying to cause anybody to bleed. Like I said, that might happen in the process, but it might be just because somebody, bumped into somebody. But I think it should be. My son was a wrestler in high school and stuff, and he did wrestling. I think it was a great sport, and generally the kids didn't get mad, and every once somebody a little upset when they get beat, but they'd shake hands, and it was a really good sport. And I think that's another example in the modern world that um, mixed martial arts are one of these sports where it just has not been overblown, and it's a little borderline because of the marketing, but they don't overdo it. One guy might act like the bad guy, but it's not so much like WWF or WWE. Like, oh, Randy the Macho Man, snap it to a Slim Jim. Oh yeah. No, the Kool-Aid Man was the first one to say, oh yeah, but never mind. See what I'm saying? A little bit, but not too much. And again, the major thing is they're not trying to kill each other, and they're not trying to hurt each other in that way. I mean, they're trying to knock each other out and knock each other down. They're trying to hurt each other, but it's not a hurt like beat the brakes off somebody and fight for your life. They're not fighting for their life in there, not at all. And how cool is that? So, what an idiot Ian is to come in here and try to get me to throw hands with him. He does not know anything about me. I guarantee the last thing I'm going to do is use these two right here. That's the last thing I use. I'm going to save these. These are my secret weapon. You know what I'm saying? I don't use those. Why? These break really easy. There's so many other things I could do without even throwing these hands and put you to sleep or make you bleed like a stuffed pig. Well, you're not stuffed anymore. Blood letted you out. But anyways, no violence, guys. Come on. I'm not sure why people are so want to be so violent in this day and age. I think it's the video games. I think it's the streets. I think it's just constant. I'm not saying that people did not settle scores, but a lot of the times, when I grew up in school, if you had a school bully or something, that you might have half the school year and you'd had an issue, but then once you finally settled it on the football field, you were best of friends the rest of the year. Somebody that actually ended up scrapping with, you were friends. You got it figured out. Actually, a lot of the times when I grew up, we used to call it getting the title. So careful, somebody might come back and try to get the title from you. So just because you fight with somebody once doesn't mean you're going to fight them just one time. They might want that title back if you beat them up. You might want the title back. See how that works? So most of the time, see, when you were trying to get the title, you weren't trying to beat the brakes off of them. You weren't trying to hurt them in the fashion that, you were just trying to get the title back. You guys don't even know how to roll around on the concrete, do you? Without getting all mad and get so mad that you get your feelings hurt. You can't get beat up, or you never probably been beat up. Most of you never been in a fight in your life. If so, probably never even been past one punch. Wouldn't even know what to do after one punch. First punch. That's most people. They're just a one punch wonder. Like a pump it and dump it kind of, two pumps in a kind of guy. You ladies might know something about that. That's not very satisfying, is it? Well, I'm just saying, if I got any ladies in here, a two pump chump, most of these guys, they're a one hitter. That's all they got. They don't know what they're going to do after that. You see the look on their face when they go, oh shit, what did I just get myself into? But anyways, control and angles. Let me tell you about that. Breathe. Don't hold your breath and relax. What are they going to do? Beat you up? As long as they're not trying to kill you, what are you worried about? See, that's the difference. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's so in fear for their life now, because that's what I'm saying. They break out, second minute items and cheat, so, but I don't know. Is there any rules in fighting? No. So anyways, let's stop talking about that. What an idiot. Not to spoil, but Darth Vader is actually Anakin Skywalker. Uh-oh, Eddie is coming in here and telling everybody about the Anakin Skywalkers. So careful. Darth Maul, try to maul you. So anyways, these people love their space far. So that's a good conversation for the general public. They love talking about balls, space balls, and planets and all these things that don't exist, but that's okay. No reptiles, no aliens. No fallen. Fallen is not an angel out of the sky. No heavens in the sky. No. Anunnaki are the giants, not somewhere they're not in the sky. They never. Anunnaki, the land of Anak. Where's that at? Does anybody know where the land of Anak is at? Most people could not tell me where Anak is at. So Do you admit that those who are beautiful have many problems? Well, I would say that, noob to pro, because I think, and I'm not saying that vanity, is everything. When I was in my 20s, I had a lot more looks than I do now. I'm just saying, hey, they fade. Looks fade. What are you left with after that? You better be pretty smart. But I can tell you that generally, yes, in a sense, that people who are generally have more of an appealing to them generally will be a little bit more drama. I don't know what, that's just in my experience. I think that I've had some pretty attractive females that I've dated in my day, and the more attractive they are, the more drama they seem to have. So I might have to agree with your thing. It doesn't mean all of them, but that just means that there seems to be, some. Well, when your shit don't stink, I guess that's maybe what they think they're better than. I don't know. And there are some very beautiful, attractive women that don't even think like that at all. So, of course, I've studied physics decades ago. So, I love physics. I love science, quantum physics, quantum computing. Very intriguing. How our body works, how this whole. We don't live in a universe. So I can take their models. Most of their models are very flawed, and kind of like math. You have to know the equations to be able to do the math. And if you don't know the equations, then you're not going to be able to do the physics. You're not going to be able to do the math. So you remind me of a trash compactor. Oh, well, fuck off, Bob. Go Bob on somebody else's knob. You remind me of a goo gobbler. You smell like you got man chowder breath. That's what you remind me. You smell like man chowder, I think, or a goo gobbler or something like that. You're bobbing on somebody's knob so you can take your slobber knocker festival somewhere else. Bye-bye, Bob. We don't do that here. We're not into pole worship. We don't do that. Keep your man chowder breath to yourself. Don't be telling me. I know. You're just smacking it down, compacting it. You think I'm a compactor, but that would be a compression event. I love science. Bones don't turn to oil, brothers and sisters. Well, in a hole they would, but there must have been, again, hella stegosaurus, because we ain't run out of oil yet, have we? So, you know anything about a drag factor? You know what that is? Coefficient of friction, tangent offset, anything for measurements or any kind of way to measure curve or curvature, basic geometry, some of these things too, not actual super advanced math, but anyways, how about algebra? That's simple. That's like physics, like quantum computing, very simple and not super complex as long as you stay within that cycle, or like plotting a dot on a graph. That's not hard to do, right? Okay, it's here on the. All right. So, any trolls in here? We got any rich trolls in here? I don't think there's such thing as a rich troll. So, where'd all the trolls go? We were getting trolled for a minute. Now we're losing all our trolls. You know what I'm saying? Whatever happened to the trolls? We got to feed the algorithm, guys. We need to start feeding these trolls. We'll feed them to the AI, right? Oh my goodness. All right, hilarious. Okay, I'm going to take a pause for the cause. And we'll be back here and momentarily. We'll be back. All right, we're back. All right, we're out. We're back. Guess who's back? Back. Speaking of bowl smokers, Mr. Peanut and Chocolatey M&M. I really don't like to talk about the militaries and apostasy. If you want to look at what I did as a military police, we have more field missions than any other MOS skill identifier. So we're the war machine. We basically do war. Most heavily armed four-man team in the military would be the military police. So, yeah, tyrants we should focus more on our own borders and not worry so much about everything else, right? All we do is police the world. As a matter of fact, we shouldn't even be in any other country. So if I could teach you anything about the military, that would be obviously that all we ever do is go and police other countries, like Operation Desert Storm or Iraqi Freedom or Desert Shield was the time when I was in the military, that all we do is just go kill other people's women and children and steal and rape all their resources from them and steal central banks and make them pay for U.S. oil or petrodollar with the U.S. dollar. And so people could stand on an X and wear face diapers and go inside and flatten the curve in America. They're banksters' wars. They're all about drugs and all about oil. This is what they do, resources. Remember Trump, give us your resources, Ukraine, and we'll make a deal. We are a money changer. We are the most apostate nation to ever walk this rock. Nothing has ever been more cruel to everybody on this rock. And there's been some pretty, the Seventh King, World War II, Mao Zedong, Stalin, all these people, but nothing has ever been as cruel as the United Corporation to go around with 1,000 military bases and force everybody to pay for oil with the US dollar. And then if you didn't, we'd just blow up your kids. How many think Iraqi women and children in Desert Storm, Desert Shield lost their life? How many? They didn't ask for a war, did they? They weren't wearing a battle dress uniform, were they? They weren't wearing a military fatigue. They lost their lives. So you could stand on the X, wear a face diaper? No, not several 100,000. You're off. No, I'm not moving to Costa Rica. I rebuke this American. As soon as I can leave, I will leave, but not because there's not still good places here in America. Like there's good places all over the place. Every country. Yes, millions. Tens of millions of lives were lost, women and children, during those two operations, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, in the first part of the 90s. You think they asked for that? They're going to kill our women in America, right? They're going to kill our women in America. They repealed posse comitatus, and they are now drafting. It's already put in legislation while you're asleep at the wheel. They can draft our women into the military for war. So I hate this country. There's nothing about this country since that date that I would ever see that I like about this country, other than the people here that, are upholding constitutional rights and are living like that, or at least making an attempt. Everybody else, you suck. 40% of you work for the government and you're pigs, people in government. So Costa Rica is just an affiliate of the United Corporation. Still the same, still a corporation. So a great place. I know many people who have very enjoy so much living there in Costa Rica than living here on the mainland. So, and live a good life there and have a really good, but it's still part of this corporation, kind of like Guam or, some of these other, regions that you can go to where you don't need to have a passport or to be able to travel. But no, I'm trying to get closer to the equator so I can grow food. I only care about growing food. I don't care about anything else right now than trying to help my son and my daughter, and then getting the fuck out of the United States for a while and take a vacation and then send food back to all my brothers and sisters here in the U.S. that are struggling. And because I can grow food down there very easily. I struggle to grow food where I'm at now, and I have to put these underground gardens and things like that are part of this process that I've been building out. But no. A constitutional republic is called Ecuador. That's actually in a constitutional republic, and this is not a constitutional republic. So America is not a good place, and it doesn't matter if you like me or not. I don't care if you like me or not. Do you like the fact that we've been raping fucking nations for 50 years, forcing them to pay for oil with the US dollar? If you didn't know, we've been doing that for 50 years. The SWIFT system, everybody has to pay in US dollar. We get a little bit of everybody's money on the exchange rate. That's fucking criminal. And you're a part of it. They just killed a whole Ukrainian generation. Females gone. They threw their women in the meat grinder, and the US tax dollar is what paid for it. So anybody who filled out a W-2 in the last 3 years, you're a fucking killer. You know that? You're a murderer. You might not like that, but you murder people with your dollars, with your tax labor, slave labor, your W-2 paid to kill women and children, Russians, Ukrainian men, women. You paid for it. You might not ever felt like you had blood on your hands, but you do have blood on your hands. I always have solutions for everything. Start growing your own garden. Become self-reliant. Get the fuck off this system. Why are you paying taxes on a power bill? Taxed on state, get federal and gross. It's sick, isn't it? You debt, you gross, you state, you federal, you get taxed on that. You drive home, you get taxed on your gas, you get taxed on the cell phone to call your house, your car, your wife, trash bill taxed on. This is disgusting. How about we abolish the fucking government and start over with the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. That's it. That's fucking it. And if you don't like it, that'll never work. God forbid, that would not work. Yeah, all these other codes, ordinance, mandates, fuck all this bullshit. That's not constitutional anyways. You have the right to face your accuser. You have the right to face your accuser. The state, that means you're going to have to bring the whole fucking state against you. That's not constitutional, brothers and sisters. Let's go back to small government. I'm not saying we can't have a little bit of a governing body, but, govern means to control. Mental is mind. Mental government is mind control. If you knew exactly what you were saying. So I don't believe in government. I believe in anarchy. I don't believe we should be able to police ourselves, right? We should be able to, I don't need to vote for my own overlord. You can't police yours. Are we such lost to society that we need fucking overlords to tell you you're going to ask permission to feed your fucking family? You got to ask permission to build on your own fucking land. What the fuck is up with that? That's not freedom, you fucking idiots. That is not freedom. Freedom is not asking to feed your fucking, if I'm going to ask permission if I can fish, fuck you. Ask permission to hunt? Fuck you. You're not a fucking American. You have no idea what it's like to be free. Freedom is dangerous as a motherfucker. It's borderline criminal. It's borderline criminal. It's riding right on the fucking edge of criminal, isn't it? It's fucking dangerous. It should be and should always be dangerous, but we don't have freedom in this country anymore. Remember, we used to ride in the back of a pickup and drink out of a fucking hose. Imagine that. Oh. So nobody's swearing at you. So go pound sand and go. This could be a little child. Nobody's talking to you directly. You need some attention. Go somewhere else, child. Nobody's talking to you. Pound sand. No, hunting regulations are not important for wildlife preservation. Wildlife management is not fucking hunting regulations. Go fuck yourself. No, and I know if we got in a very situation like the fucking Depression, they literally hunted the fucking woods out. So you're not going to tell me about hunting. You don't know shit from Shinola. I work with a fucking fish and wildlife, okay, in Alaska. You fucking take a deer out of season, they'll fucking take your kid from you, your house from your car. They want your first fucking kid. You get out and murder before you take a deer out of season. Bullshit. Fuck that bullshit. Wildlife management, absolutely. Forest management, but not hunting. Fuck you with your stupid asking and have to pay to feed your family. Go fuck yourself. Go somewhere else. You're a bootlicker. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want you in here. You shouldn't have to pay to feed your goddamn family. Fucking idiots, man. Ask permission. You're going to get taxed on your fucking land and never own it in America. So, I'm your neighbor. Fuck you, bro. No, you're not. So that you keep saying, is this a free country? If everybody's in fucking debt, shut up. You don't know anything. It's about right to choose. Rights, not freedom. Fuck freedom. There's no such thing as freedom. There's no such thing as stop being a child. I don't think that any way can live without an anarchy code. It feels impossible. So, well, whatever. You believe what you want. I don't give a fuck what you want. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think about me or what you think about this country. You don't have a DD 214. Probably it says honorable discharge. So I have the right. Stop. Cat, shut the fuck up, you idiot. Fucking kit-cat. Fucking candy, little fucking stick, chocolate stick. Take your little chocolate stick and stick it in somebody else's fucking square. Yep, somewhere else's black box. Get out of here. Stop typing in all capital letters. You want to be banned from this chat? Type in all capital letters. You'll immediately be banned. You can type in one small letter in all capital letters if you have a problem with vision, but stop screaming like a child. I get to raise my voice. I'm not screaming. So get out of here, cat. You put one more letter. So don't tell me what to do. Go make your own blog. Expose me. Make a channel just exposing high desert faith. And let's see. You done? Okay, Leroy is going to sit there and be a swine pig with this talk about what he's doing to his mom. That's disgusting, Leroy. It's a good thing that YouTube, covered up your message. We don't want to hear what you're doing with your mom. You sound like Samaramus. Samaramus had sex with his mom. You are a sick, twisted kind of individual. Nobody's full of evil rage. Get out of here, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. That's a shitty name to have now, isn't it? Poor Brandon. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, I'm just like, poor guys. The guy's name was Brandon. Before Joe Biden, nobody had Brandon was a problem until I'm going to have a hard cream soda. All right. Well, I'm going to have some mountain strawberry. Yay. Oh, yeah. Still frosty. Oh, fuck you. Are you like Mr. Monkey Works over there? He's frosty with a Trump. Although I like his Skyglass app and I do watch his blog. He says stay frosty. Shut up, Frosty. I don't care about your opinion. Opinions are like assholes and everybody's got one. So keep your opinion off. It can't speak fact. Get the fuck out of here. Get the flock out of Dodge. Take it like a tree and get the fuck out of here. I mean, leave. That's okay, Smith. That's all right. I know I'm feeling frosty today. I mean, salty today. I woke up and I'm like, man, my son's still alive, and I'm going trying to build shit out here and come up with $15,000 to buy this other portion for the ministry. And I'm like, what are you doing? Your son could be dead laying in a cave, and you're sitting here trying to build shit, So, you know what I'm saying? It's like E-Beard, okay? Just so you know. There's no such thing as luck, man. Everything is happening is already written. Father created all things from the foundation of the world. He said, I do create all things, everything ever written, everything that ever was, everything not written, everything that ever will be. I, God, create good. I do all these things after my own counsel. I do them for my own pleasure. And I, God, create evil. So no such thing as free will, no such thing as luck. But appreciate the, positive, good, positive vibes. That's good stuff, man. It's been a tough day since I woke up, man. These last couple of days have just beat me to a pulp. 2 days from today is the day that they SWAT raided this house a year ago and nothing's happened. So, and if it wasn't so bad if my daughter was missing too, but it's my son and my daughter. My son's a man. He can take care of himself, but it's my daughter too. So I just can't rest anymore. I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to be salty until this is done. And I apologize. It is what it is, but I've got to stand and stop just sitting here acting like my son's not looking over his shoulder where I have all the evidence where he shouldn't even be having to do that. So my daughter should be already reimbursed with 20, 50, $100 million for her, the kidnapping of her. So neither of them should be struggling right now. And they're both looking over their shoulder, both looking over their fucking backs right now. I'm not going to stand down. I just can't. I'm a dad. I have a son. I took an oath, to the Constitution to protect his right, your right, my right, and I have every legal right to do what I've done. I have broken no laws. So I'm going to continue to fight to the death to keep Elijah Werner from going to prison. Just like I said 1 year ago, or they SWAT raided my house, 6 felonies later. What's another felony? I'm not going to stand down. I'm not going to sit here and get down on my fucking knees like a slave. I'm going to stand 10-toed until they throw me in the dirt. Period. I'm a man of the land. I came from this corrupt dust. I will go back to this soil. My day of death is written. I seek no vengeance towards no man. But I'm not going to sit there and be quiet and stand down. That's the only right I have as an American left, is my First Amendment. They've stripped me of every other right. I don't have them. You do. I do not have them. I do not have the rights you have. The only right, you might enjoy those rights you have because I don't. And yet I'm still here. First Amendment right. It's the only right that I have left as an American. Every other right has been violated. My right of fair trial, speedy trial, Miranda rights, my right to adequate counsel, call discovery in my, discovery, right of suppression, suppression of evidence, right of discovery. All these have been violated. How about cruel and unusual punishment? How about taking a grenade to the face when I wasn't threatening violence to anybody? So this country is an apostasy, and it's hard to wake up knowing that they're not doing anything to help my son. Nobody is. Not one fucking person on this rock gives a fuck. Not even his own mom, not his grandpa, his, not my dad because he's dead, but his papa, his nana, his aunts, his uncles. Nobody gives a fuck about him, and nobody's going to advocate for him. So I'm going to be the one who does it. So it was different when I didn't know if he was alive or dead. It was different when he was missing. But when the police department says, yeah, we know where he's at, and here we have him on camera, and they don't get him when they have a warrant for his arrest, just blows my mind. I mean, how's that possible? They got to put him in jail right now in prison for 7 to 10 years, and they're not going to go get him? Huh? But they came here to come get him and SWAT raided the house and hit me in the face with a grenade and shot all the windows out of the house, tear gassed me, my dogs, kidnapped my son, shot him. But they're just going to stand down now. I'm not going to stand down. Well, I hear you on that. That's coming, though. That's coming. And what are you going to say when they're going to make robots live with you, Agent Smith? Well, Kyle, thank you for that, because that's what I really wish people would understand. That's I really wish they'd stop fucking with my son. If they have a problem, just come after me. Why the fuck you got to kidnap my daughter? Imagine losing your job. She had to sell her car, supposedly, right, to get an attorney when they dropped her. I think my daughter has been kidnapped by Marshall Radnich. I think she's there. I don't know how. I don't know if he has her tied up, and that's how he has Elijah to be able to go out. I'm going to fucking kill her if you don't do this for me. I'm going to kill her if you don't do that for me. Because remember, I went down and said, look, man, I know I'm going to be able to talk to her when this case is over, and I'm going to find out if you took my fucking silver. You said you gave it to her, but you had it the whole time, Marshall. So when this case ends, I'm going to be able to speak with her, and that's when she fucking went missing? Bullshit. Did I cause that? By me opening up my fucking mouth? Am I the cause of my daughter's kidnapping? Because I told him, hey, you took my silver. I don't want to hear it. You said you gave it to her. I'm going to talk to her eventually. One, either you have it or she has it, Marshall. Nobody else. You said you had it, and now you said she has it. I'm going to talk to her. Would that not be motive for him to kidnap her, and why he has that fucking car down there and has her car? Oh, she sold it to me. She was like 5 hours away from him. So I'm just blown away. I'm so blown away. How my daughter's car is at his house. And I call the Josephine Sheriff's Office, and they won't go even look into any of this. Shut the fuck up, Gabe, with your stupid fucking Harley bullshit. Don't you remember? Go woke, go broke. Go fucking smoke your pole somewhere else. Go smoke your pole. Go woke, go broke. You see the price of a fucking Harley, you idiot? You don't know anything about bikes, Gabe. I already told you. Tell me what red and white is, or get the fuck out of here. Get that person, silence them every time. They're being an idiot. Talking about motorcycles. Fucking son's missing. This jack off. All he cares about is his own fucking stand. Yeah, go kick your fucking bike somewhere else and pound sand while you're at it. Kick rocks too. So, anyways, I'm going to continue. If they didn't tell me that my son's alive, they wouldn't have fired this in me. That changed everything. That changed everything. When the cops tell you, I think he's fucking dead, missing, gone, and then they turn around and tell me he is been seen on video, and they're not going to go get him, I'm not going to stand for that. So you might want to unsubscribe to the channel if this is where it's going to go. I'm not going to do anything else until I get an answer on this. I'll continue to try to share the gospel. I have to do that, but I apologize. I'm not turning this off now. I did that at 9 months. This turned on the same thing. I ended up with 2 more felony charges. So we'll see what comes of this. So Remember, I called out the cops and said, you know where my fucking kid's at? You know where my son's at? Do your fucking job. You've been harassing people and not doing your job. Turn around and harass me, right? Or puts harassment charges against me, menacing charges, takes all my guns, and then actually they know where he's at. So I wasn't wrong. So I catch 2 felonies for being right. I caught a grenade to the face for asking if my son was okay. Not violent. They're watching the live stream. They have it in their YouTube discovery that as soon as I go live, they're notified. They get the fucking, they're in here. They got drones over the house, and yet still, like I said, they just chose to come in here and do whatever the fuck they wanted to me because all they wanted to do was kill me. It's so obvious. So I'm going to fight to the death to keep Elijah Werner from going to prison, period. And I'm not going to do it with violence. I never said I would be violent. I used my First Amendment right. I used my constitutional rights to do so. So if you had a kid and he got in trouble and then he did his time times 2 because they didn't say he didn't do it the first time, then he did it again, then they still tried to throw him in jail, would you step in and intervene? Or would you just let your son get thrown in fucking prison? So what a joke this country is. Innocent until proven guilty, my ass. Bullshit. I never even looked at any evidence. And so you're looking at the evidence when you become the evidence. All I did is just a dad, had no criminal record, honorably discharged from the military. Yeah, I'm a constitutionalist. Yeah, I'm outspoken, but I pay my property taxes without wanting to pay them, but I pay my taxes. I've been here in this county 10. I'm not a flight risk. They still fucking just kept me in jail a whole extra week. My son's attorney, who was representing me, which makes an immediate dismissal of this case. Each defendant has to have different counsel. It's called co-counsel. You cannot co-counsel the defendants, especially since we're fucking related. So, he represents me in open court, pleading to let me the fuck out of jail. You can't keep this guy. He's not a flight risk. He doesn't have a fucking, he didn't say that in court. He doesn't have a record. He's a veteran. He pays his land. Let him out. He should have never done that. Dumb fuck. Dan Spencer's an idiot. Fucking public pretender that knew he fucked up. And after I told him that he did that and represented my son, he went in and asked to quit as my son's attorney. Never did he actually get the approval from the judge, but he immediately filed when he knew he had fucked up. Actually, the third time he represented me, he tried to represent the Constitution because he knew he'd made a terrible mistake by representing me. I wasn't this sweep me under the rug 98.5% of you take a plea agreement or agreed to take a plea bargain, a gain to extort your merchant number. That's where the money's coming from. It's called a bond or a treasury. I'm not going to go into that right now, but that is what is going on. So I'm not gonna stand for this shit. They're so wrong. In this case, my daughter should be sitting in a fucking high-rise building if she chooses so in any country she wants in the world right now with millions of dollars in her bank. They kidnapped her. What happens when they kidnap somebody? What happens when the cops kidnap you? Do you get reimbursed for that? Can the cops kidnap somebody? They sure in the fuck can. Do judges get dismissed? They sure in the fuck do. Do cops go to jail? Not very often, but sometimes they do. Do you sue their bonds? Nobody knows you can do that. You can sue their bond. A couple times, like a contractor fucks it up, doesn't put the rebar in, forgets a fucking measurement, shit runs uphill like, it's an inch off here, it's 2 up, gonna fucking lose his contractor's bond. They're licensed, bonded, insured. These fucking law enforcement pigs are bonded. She should be able to sue their bonds. There was 20 plus state troopers where she should be able to sue their bonds. They're all bonded for about $1 million or so. There's 50 million right there for her. She lost her fucking job. Her husband was getting threatened to get thrown in a rape cage. She had nothing to do with this. She was actually going to work 5 days a week and then working when they said he didn't do it and made him do it over again 2 days a week, with him making a total of 7 days a fucking week she was working to support her husband. And she's fucking missing. So I'm doing it for Adriana too. My daughter, she's fucking missing. And I'm not going to settle until I find where she's at. I found her fucking car. And I told the cops, here's where her car's at. And she's missing. And I think my son's there. Well, we got a warrant for his arrest. And he's been here. We saw him. He was here locally in the county on camera. And you didn't follow him home and go get him, huh? What the fuck's going on with that? Do you know anywhere where they have a warrant for somebody's arrest? They know the location of them. They can put him in prison for 7 fucking years on a downward departure. That means he's not getting out of prison for 7 fucking years. Where they're not going to go arrest him when they know where he's at. Imagine being his dad having to fucking send the cops there when they'd already shot my son once. You don't believe so? Go watch the live stream SWAT raid and you'll hear my son pleading to them, what now, as he's following their instructions with his hands in the air. You hear me, see me looking at him. You know, I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to the police. He's coming out peacefully, guys. He's not resisting, you know, and he gets shot with his hands in the air. That dismisses the case. Excessive force. They hit me with a grenade in the face, the concussion flash grenade, at 45 seconds after going live. And I guarantee they were only here for 20 seconds, 15. I woke me after being live streaming for 15 hours that night, telling my son, they're going to come here tonight. They're going to SWAT raid this house, son. I see these, and do not resist these people, son. Do not fight with these people. We have the evidence. Even if we go to prison, both of us, we have the evidence, son. Do not fight. Do not be violent. I know you don't want to go to prison. But listen, if we both go there, the system, the wheels turn slow. We cannot fight these people, son. We're not going to win. Dad was a SWAT team. I've been here. Do not resist him. You understand? Okay, remember the thief on the cross, son, and he could take us at the very last moment. You need to be used. What if there's somebody in there that needs to hear the word and you have it on your heart and he wants that person to hear that and you're not going to go get thrown in prison because he wants you to, or, you know, do not be violent for no reason. You understand? I do, Dad. I understand what you're saying. I know you have faith, son. Please, I know they're coming tonight. I want you to be ready. And they came that night. And that's why when they called, he said, Dad, I'm not going to prison. I'm not going to prison. I said, son, remember I talked about you, the thief on the cross. And he said, okay, Dad, I love you. I'm coming out. I have my hands in the air. And they still fucking shot him. So it's really hard to call the cops and say, hey, my son's right here, knowing they already shot him once without ever having any legitimate reason to do so, and knowing they already hit me in the face with a grenade and then lobbed 5, literally shot the front windows of this cabin out to get all the 5 tear gas. They didn't even get them all in the cabin. They hit the side of the window. They hit the shutter. They were lobbing them in here like throwing them like in, you know, like circus balls in here. They were just having a good old time. Not even giving a shit about my kittens in here. Yeah. Juniper, remember? Our channel kitty, the split-faced kitty. She had baby kittens in here. Just cruel and unusual punishment, man. Violation, 12th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 6th Amendment, Miranda rights, 4th Amendment, strip me of my 2nd Amendment. I don't have any rights left, brothers and sisters. I have no rights left except for my 1st Amendment. So all I can do is be quiet. No, fuck that. I ain't shutting up. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, of religion, and the right to peacefully assemble for grievances, redress grievances, and form well-regulated militias. I'm not forming any militia. I got nobody fucking helping me with this, except for you guys just being and have my back, just a vent to talk to, but nobody's helping me. Nobody's helping Adrian and nobody's helping Elijah. Well, I am, because if I don't help them, nobody will. So that's why I have facing 6 felony charges right now. Because I stood and said, you're not going to arrest my son. That makes me a bad dad. That makes me a bad father. That makes me a bad veteran, prior veteran. It makes me a bad citizen. What? You tell me. I'm a bad guy because I'm trying to help my son not getting thrown in jail when I have all the evidence. I was going to spend more time right now than my son would on his charges in jail. What's he being arrested for? You fucking people always ask the same stupid fucking questions. I ain't trying to go there, Captain Hindsight, but it's just funny. How about me? They don't give a fuck about him, obviously. They got a warrant for his arrest, throw him in jail for 10 years right now. They ain't doing shit to him, and they know where he's at. They're targeting him. He already did his time. He already got in trouble for breaking into some buildings with 5 guys. Empty little trailers out here in the middle of the desert that have been left for years. So, okay. and he's the only one to go to jail. So that was his thing. It was theft, not robbery, not burglary. They were, well, yeah, they were breaking into buildings, not by gunpoint, not with weapons. There was nobody in these. These were empty trailers, little canned hams, shit was getting eaten up by the desert, but still not right. It's not his. It didn't even matter. He did it. He didn't do it. It didn't matter. He went to jail. He's the only one of 5 guys to go to jail. 1 of 5. One guy. They're all involved in the same thing. 1 of 5. Pretty sickening. Imagine being a dad knowing, hey, and imagine this, before he even got in trouble, went to jail, there was this one guy who was hanging around that was buying him cigarettes, and I went and told the probation officer. I knew this guy was on parole and didn't know his charges. I knew I didn't like him at first because he was buying my son cigarettes, and it took me forever to get my son out here with his girlfriend, now, a wife of many years. They were high school sweethearts, because she didn't want him smoking, and he was going away from the house, not around her, and smoking cigarettes. And so I said, get this fucking dude away from my son. He's 19 and he's hanging around these other kids. That one's a minor child. Get this dude away from my son. I don't want him getting in trouble. I don't want this, and he has to be 21 to smoke. That's contributing to a minor. And then come to find out, like I said, I was ragging this guy. I mean, every time I'd see my son there for a couple months, I think it was, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing hanging around these kids? You're a grown ass fucking man, dude. Look at you. The fuck is wrong with you? Why are you stop buying my son cigarettes, dude. His wife doesn't want him fucking smoking. You're gonna go home and smell like this. I'm gonna be on your fucking ass, dude. Stop buying my son cigarettes. I don't fucking care if you say he's a man. Fuck you. I'm his dad, and I know he's a man, but stop. You're fucking contributing to a minor in this state. So I go to his fucking, when I find out that this guy's a fucking rapist. And when I found out, then I went to the parole office and said, hey, this fucking dude's moving around within the county, and he's moving in areas where I know there's known methamphetamine usage. See, I don't want him around my son. They start piss testing my son. My son didn't know drugs charges, nor did, when he got piss tested, did he ever get pissed for drugs. Then he ends up getting in fucking trouble with the guy. I tried to prevent it. Get this motherfucker away from my son, and he ends up getting in trouble. This guy is on felony fucking parole for rape. Guess what? My son got charged. They were all fucking teenagers. One was a minor child, 17 fucking years old. And it turns out, guess what? All of them got charges, convictions. The rapist never spent a day in jail, never received a conviction. You love this fucking country so much, huh? A fucking rapist can run around free, they have a contract on this fucking guy. They get paid. He had a 25-year rape, robbery, high on methamphetamines, robbed a Hispanic woman in Texas high and robbed her, married woman. Got a 25-year prison sentence, 13 years he served, and then released on this program to be released into the poorest counties across the United. This is not a unique county, and that's where this clown came from. This fucking rapist. And he gets to move around the county with free will. Do what he wants. He gets a free pass. It's bullshit. I even tried to prevent this before it ever happened. Remember? I went there. I got the neighbor almost shot me to fucking death. He came out with a weapon and pistol and a handgun or a shotgun. And because I was screaming at my son when I found out that he was a rapist, he had already let those 2 other younger farmer kids move in. I was not wanting that rapist in my house with my daughter. Sounds like a lot of illegals. What the fuck are you talking about? So, either way, brothers, sisters, they get in trouble. They're all involved, period, whatever. Empty buildings. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. People come out here, try to survive. They won't make it a year. They get some tropical paradise. They breathe 300 days of sunshine. It's a fucking high desert. It gets hot in the summer, cold in the winter. It freezes at least one day every month during the summer. Not the most easy place to live. They leave. These things get left out here, sit out here for years. This is what they were going into. They were even hanging out, cooking in them, and just using them as this motherfucker got him turned in. He's a fucking rat. His name is Tony Carson. He's a rapist. He didn't know that. Well, when I found that, I went out to my son's house. I had helped him get this home. It was my name, and then I let him move in with his wife because she eventually moved out here, and now he's got these 2 kids, which was fine because they were polite and they were country kids. I'd been around, seen them a couple times, and they didn't act like this clown. But when I found out that he, I said, don't you dare bring him in this house. I didn't want him moving him in there. It was still my name on that lease, and the property was still in my name. I was letting him live there. And I said, look, you bring this dude is a rapist. And Daddy, no, he's not. I said, yes, he is. He didn't know. So him and I start, arguing in the house about this. And I bring him outside try to be tactful, not to do this in front of these 2 younger, one was a minor, 17. I didn't know that. He's very respectable. He looked, 18 or 19. The other was 19 years old. Okay. But I was going in there because my daughter lived in that house with him on the opposite end of the house in the other bedroom. I said, don't you fucking dare bring that rapist in my house. You got to come here and rape my fucking daughter, and you're hanging around this guy. And I knew it. This shit's bullshit. But, what the fuck? And he ends up getting in trouble with the guy. I tried everything I do to prevent it, and the parole and probation office is so criminally liable in this case. Lily Frank should go to prison and spend the rest of her fucking life in prison supporting this rapist and allowing him to go do these petty crimes of theft and then not convicting him. It's fucking criminal. So MAGA equals Christianity, 70 plus rides on the Lowly Express, and tens of millions of kids molested by clergy. Why are you telling the truth in here? Gym leader Jake MAGA? Is that what that says? Oh, no, it's just gym leader. Gym leader Jake. MAGA's not part of your name. Right? Is MAGA part of your name? I can't figure it out. Or you're exposing MAGA, right? The high priest of the Satan church. MAGA. MAGA. Yep. Good stuff. That's not part of his name. Good stuff. Gym leaders exposing the MAGA idiots, brothers, sisters. Not many people have enough cojones, enough huevos, enough intestinal fortitude to stand against this MAGA idiots too, and all these chump-stained people that were changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last thump, where Hillary Clinton sits 3 bodies away from it as inaugural dinner. So, real fight pitbull. Oh, we were talking about weaponry. I think every person should be heavily armed to the teeth, and because an armed public is a polite public. If you go into a bank and you have a sidearm or a weapon and you try to rob that bank, and every single person standing in the bank line has a gun, and the tellers all have a gun, and the bank officer and the loan officer all has a gun, how successful do you think you're going to be at robbing that bank? An armed public is a polite public, brothers and sisters. Take Chicago, Illinois. Why do you think so many murders are there? Because they're easy pickings. Look at Mexico. The most violent place on this rock is Chicago, Illinois. Right here in the U.S. Most violent place in the whole world. More deaths right here in Chicago, Illinois. They've been disarmed, brothers and sisters. If you were going to go and take advantage of people, would you go where there's a bunch of people armed or not? Well, shit, they ain't got no guns. Let's go there. The only people in Mexico who normally have the guns are the federales and the government, and then obviously we know that the Fast and Furious with Obama shipping guns down there, right? Yeah, it's our government doing this, you idiots. Wake the fuck up, man. Oh, we got a voice message here? Huh. Interesting. So, in case you hadn't figured out, the biggest enemy on this rock is religion and governments. If guns are outlawed, then only outlaws will have guns. Good stuff, JW. So, and I'm not supporting, I don't care if people have a gun. I don't care if somebody shoots me. I'm not going to stick a gun to my face. Go ahead, blow my fucking head off. My day of death is already written. You're not going to take my life. I'm not condoning violence and apologize for the cursing. I'm fed up with this. You know, the reason why you never get rid of a Second Amendment is to overthrow the government. That's what they're there. Remember, Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, of religion, the right to form militias, redress grievances, first ballots, Second Amendment, then bullets. First Amendment comes first, Second Amendment comes second. Why do you think that is? You never give up your Second Amendment. Get the fuck off me. Bam! That's the equalizer. I'm a veteran. God forbid would a woman ever have to shoot a man, but I guarantee as a man, I can overtake almost most women on this rock. They have a different physical makeup. I'm not downing them. I'm in the military. They do not have the same physical frame as us. That's why you can't put a chainmail purse on and put some pearl necklace and identify as a female, and then they dig you up 100 years from now. They're gonna say that's a dude. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, and I wasn't even allowed to search a woman. Pat Frisk, I had to call in a backup officer when I was a pig. So now an officer can search a woman. This is crazy. Men and women are portioned different. We don't have the same. So if a woman has an orifice, a man's going to try to stick his peg in that hole. That's what they do. That's why you don't put women in a foxhole, because all I'm going to be thinking about is their foxhole. Hello, McFly, look at Ukraine. All the women are dead. Oh, Ukrainian generation. Don't think it can happen. It just happened in 3 fucking years. It happened. It just happened. Gone. A Ukrainian generation gone. You don't care. They still send another $1 billion over there. Hello? Mr. Warp Speed's going to get us out of there in 48 hours, and then they just sent another. We just used U.S. satellite imagery to send all those fucking drones into Moscow. Don't say we ain't involved over there. You're being foolish. They killed a whole Ukrainian generation. Are gone. The average fighting age in Ukraine is 42, 43 years old right now. They're having to use fucking drones. You can't even look in the eye of a man and take his life and watch the life lead. You got to shoot him in the fucking back or use a drone, huh? These people are wrong, man. You push a fucking button, you're playing a game, huh? Taking life like it's a goddamn video game, See where they get these drone operators from, brothers? Just see why they want these people playing these, third person over the shoulder, these Call of Duty, guilty, whatever. I'm a veteran a little bit, but they soft program these people to make these things easy for them to do. So as people sit here and worry about stupid fucking balls, go stick your pie, American pastime, and somebody else's, your flute and somebody else's pie, and take your balls, whatever. The man's nuts, grab him. No, get him and get him out of here. I don't care about stupid fucking baseball, okay? Everybody should have some kind of, let go, a 7, day rest. And I'm not saying that, but it's a professional fucking sport. They're all going to hell. All rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. Don't ask me about people who are going to hell. I don't care about people who go to hell. There already vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. I'm not going to turn a goat into a sheep. So you're either rich or famous, you're going to hell. Period. He said, you're loved by the world to be hated by my Father. It'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. Well, stop being stupid. That means to be nice. Not here to be nice. Not here to be loved by the world. You can sit there and do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Jimmy Crack Corn, you cannot serve 2 masters, right? So your master is dead to me. So take your socks. We're going to take and put a piece of soap in a sock, and we're going to have us a little party if you don't get out of here yourself. So, I'm not some kind of sitting here playing no games, guys. This is a very serious time we live in. The fucking president of the United States started sanctioning every fucking country and declared war on the world. Nobody's a fuck in America. How about being outside these borders? They give a fuck. How about being one of these nations that got sanctioned for 50 fucking years by us? Sanctions where you're going to pay for our fucking oil. When you buy it with the U.S. dollar, we're going to take some of your fucking money. If you don't like it, we're going to send our fucking military over to fuck you up. Kill your children, kill your women. Fuck you. You guys just keep owning this shit, and I don't. I was part of it. I served as a United States Army veteran, so I'm going to speak up about it. He said, come out of her, my people. You think I like what I did? Paul was a mass murderer of Christians and a Pharisee, so some of us are chosen, and it doesn't matter. he said, again, be in this world, but be not of it. So I don't do this anymore. So I apologize for my cursing. I didn't curse for thousands of hours on this live stream on this channel until I was SWAT raided by the state of Oregon, hit in the face with a grenade. Well, actually, a couple days before that. They were really pressing, trying to put my son in prison, and it's illegal. You don't think cops, go to jail? You think judges don't get just, taken off the bar? And this happens, okay? And in this case, it's rampant in this case. So apologize again. It doesn't make it right. It's what comes out of a man that defiles him. But try to get hit in the face with a grenade. I 2 days ago, I woke up literally drowning almost on my fluid because of the tear gas canisters they were deciding to lob into this thing. Instead of talking to me, communicating with me, they just decided to go hot, hit me in the face with a grenade, shoot my son, and my son's missing. So, people have a boiling point or a breaking point, and me, it's not breaking like I'm going to do anything wrong. I just can't stand here any longer, try to go build the rest of these cabins, try to do these things, knowing that my son's life is in the balance here, and that, he and my daughter could be tied up, dead. I don't know. I want fucking answers, and I'm going to get my answers because I cannot. The system is not working. It's not working at all. It's failed. Me, my son, my daughter, everybody in this county is subjected, and everybody in this state. They could do this to anybody in the state of Oregon, what they did to me. So I took a note to the Constitution, not to the fucking country, or not to some stupid burn all these goddamn flags, or fly them upside down, or don't even be flying them. If you cannot fly that flag upside down, burn it then. You got no balls. This nation is in distress. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Fly that flag upside down or burn the motherfucker. I don't want to hear it. You're an idiot. I don't pledge my letting and kill. We don't fucking go and kill people in other countries to have to fucking salute or stand on it. No, shut the fuck up. It's about right to choose. So be quiet. Seriously, burn every flag there ever is. I'm tired of these nation states and people pledging their allegiance to a flag. So, no, we're not discussing baseball. Get the fuck out of here, you idiot. BPW is an idiot. Gone. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. God bless the Army. Fuck the United States Army. A bunch of fucking mega killers going around killing women and children. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? 50 fucking years forcing every... Afghanistan, we didn't win that war. Desert Storm, Desert Shield, didn't win that war. Vietnam, we ain't won a fucking war since World War II. Grow the fuck up. We ain't won a war. So fuck the Army, fuck the Navy, fuck the Air Force, fuck the Marines. National Guard, okay. We can defend our borders, but we're not supposed to have 1,000 military bases outside our country. So fuck the military. Fuck every pig thug that served in the fucking Army like myself. It's not honorable DD-214. We served the goddamn beast system. There's a reason why 22 veterans every day blow their fucking head off or kill themselves, because they realize what the hell they did. Served a beast. We got dying fucking veterans in the streets of this country. Fuck veterans. We got citizens in this country, children, women died, and they're sending fucking money. They just sent another $1 billion to fucking Ukraine. So you don't have to agree with me. These are facts. We are not to have any military outside our border under this new covenant. God did require war. God did require vengeance. God did require wrath, blood, sacrifice, but not under this covenant. 2,600 years ago, he made this covenant. The founding, writers of the Constitution, remember George Washington, he said no foreign entanglements. We're not supposed to have any military outside our borders. Not one. Fucking blow them all up. Bring all the troops home. Guess what? They're going to use them against you. Posse Comitatus says they cannot use the military in a law enforcement capacity, and they repealed that under that Senate bill. Now that means those weapons are pointed straight the fuck at you, American citizens. Listen, I'm a veteran. I know this shit. Posse Comitatus, you know anything about that? You know anything about a draft? They're going to draft our fucking women. So if you're an American man, get the fuck out of here. I don't ever want to see you again. Unask my AO. Get the fuck out of here. I'm talking to the ladies, you fucking idiots. You allowed them to repeal Posse Comitatus and draft our fucking women. You are the softest generation. I don't care who you voted for. This is directly directed to the ladies. You're under the same covenant, ladies. Listen to me. When man was supposed to be, you were supposed to be subservient to a man. It was for the teaching of the word, because a very big task was put on you. When that man left to work or war, you were supposed to teach those children what he taught you, not go get me a beer, bitch. That's not what that meant, to be subservient to the man. You're supposed to treat a woman's body like you treat your church, like you treat your own body. Listen to me, ladies. You are under the same covenant. Mary was given the voice, remember? Declared Christ had risen. You have under this Hados the same covenant. You get these men in check. They're Jezebels. They allowed you to be drafted. I served with the first female sniper in the military ever, Sergeant Beanick, a military police, but she was a volunteer, okay? This is not a fucking, draft. They will draft you, ladies. But do you want your daughters to go to fucking war, 18 to 30? Finest of the finest of our daughters? Yeah, see, she declared and gave women a voice, because remember, women couldn't even speak in the church. So you have a voice, women. Speak up. These men are not above you. These men are weak-ass men in America. They do not give a fuck about your rights. You do not ever give up your Second Amendment to blow that fucker's head off when he wants to sit there and try to stick his phallic inside your orifices, because that's the equator, baby. And I'd hope never you ladies would ever have to do that to defend your right. But don't you ever let them take that Second Amendment right from the ladies. Fuck you, men. Second Amendment for the ladies. You heard it here first. That's why we never give up our right. It's still a right government. It's the ladies. There are some hardcore women. You better watch out. These ladies be going to the gym and shit, eating that hummus and shit, like Bob said. Serious, you ladies are amazing people. I mean, I don't know any guy that could nearly, dislodge a watermelon between a crack in a wall and leak 9 quarts of oil and still stay alive. Guys, that's incredible. These women have a very high pain tolerance. Stop treating these women like they're nothing. These women are equal to you. And now they're going to draft our women. See, women and fucking men. You're a sick generation, America, to allow this to happen on your watch, men. See, look at them pile out of here, ladies. They don't want to hear this. Ladies, we're under the same covenant, okay? You remember, you're not above the man. The man's not above you. You're supposed to be a team and work together. So try to remember, we don't draft our women to war. If they want to join the military, that's one thing. Here, honey, I have a camouflage M16 and a tampon. Let's go. But we don't draft our women. And I want to explain to you, I'm a veteran. I don't see race. I don't see color. There's one race, the human race. When a man is trying to literally blow my head off, pop my grate, split my wig, you think I care how much melanin that's in this man's skin or the shape of his eyes? I don't see color. I did not grow up. I grew up around all races. And so I was the minority. I don't see color. You tell me that 4 children sitting in a playground under the ages of 4 years old, one from Russia, one from, Saudi Arabia, one from Asia, one from Czechoslovakia, they'd see color? They don't see color. Racism is taught, brothers, sisters. They do not see race, color. They don't see that. They play with each other. And unless you tell them, they don't know the difference. Fuck you, you're racist. I apologize for the cursing. One race, the human race. God created man and woman. There is nothing else. I don't know what these people are thinking. This is perversion. And if you think that God put melanin in somebody's skin or shaped their eyes, it's because of how close he put them to the equator, and that's it. If you make it about anything else, you are a racist. Did you hear what I said? We have melanin in our skin or shaped our eyes because how close or far away we are from the equator. There is nothing to do. We have different cultures, different customs, different, but we are not different races. We are not. We are one race, and I do not see color. So don't you dare tell me that man that's got my 6, I'm going to get to sleep when he goes to sleep. He got fire guard. I can actually get us some rest, and vice versa. Okay? That I care about how much melanin is in his skin or the color of his skin. Bullshit. I don't see race. So when this man's got my back in that foxhole, but you stick a woman in that foxhole and all I'm going to be thinking about is her foxhole. Try that in war. See how that works out. Ukrainian generation, gone. How do you think that was not that hard to do over there? They put the women in the foxhole. You think you're going to lose your life. What do you think you're going to be doing down there in that foxhole? You're going to be fighting war? You're going to be smack that down on the floor, smack that till you get sore. Uh-huh. You don't put women in a foxhole, brothers, sisters. See, children they don't care, right, Arlene? You know what I'm saying? Children don't care. Are you hearing me, ladies? Are you hearing me, men? You put a woman in that foxhole, I'm not going to be thinking so much about war, correct? Drafting our women is a serious mistake. We've just seen what happened in Ukrainian generation unalive. They threw their women in the meat grinder, put them in the foxhole, and they're gone. Average fighting age in Ukraine is 43 years old, brothers and sisters. They have they're trying to change the inscription age, lower it. They're literally either fled the country. Anybody that's, between those ages, or they're dead. And they did it with the U.S. tax dollar. They paid to kill Ukrainian generations. You'll look in history, it'll say in the history books, the U.S. citizens paid with the U.S. tax dollar to go to work and fill out a W-2, and their money was sent over to kill these women and children. It was the U.S. public that paid to kill these people. They were the ones who were guilty. It was the U.S. public, the U.S. taxpayer. These people who had a bigger job paid and killed more people. They paid more taxes. Remember who came in here? Martin or something with 500. I paid $500K and you paid 38%. Well, you spent $180. You sent $198,000 to kill a whole Ukrainian generation, and you did it. You did it. You got blood on your hands. I didn't pay no fucking taxes, federal or state. Fuck that bullshit. I ain't paid taxes. All I pay is fucking land tax, and tax on my phone, and tax on on the normal gas. But I don't do that state or federal bullshit. They're illegal. Make taxation illegal again. Taxes are for war, proof that we're at war. So, and there's no such thing as, inflation. There's only an expansion of the money supply. And that's what we see. I can tell you this, if you ever research history, if you're a history nut like I am, anytime a nation ever falls, it's because their military budget, right, becomes exceeded by their GDP. And we have the largest military budget in the whole entire fucking world. $1 trillion. How do you think we fund these 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries? That's more than every country combined on this rock. Can you imagine that? $1 trillion. If you came in here every day, $1 million I paid you every day, it would take me 360,000 years to pay you off. That's $1 trillion. Do you have any idea how much? That's an unfathomable amount of money. If I took dollar bills, not stacked them like this or like this, but like this, and I put them on like this, I could go to the moon and back 4 times. You know any kind of math? Can you, measurements, 4 times and back is $1 trillion. Actually, remember, they are printing $1 trillion every 100 days to cover the debt, and actually the 1 trillion didn't do it. Now it's 1.5 trillion. Sick, isn't it? Doesn't that make you just absolutely that's unsustainable, brothers and sisters. You cannot sustain that kind of debt. So it's over. Once this national debt hit $33.3 trillion, it is absolutely impossible to pay it back. And they just turned up the money printers. That's what Mr. Trump's going to do again, right? Mr. Warp Speed, going to fire up those inflation creation machine with Mr. Powell, Mr. Poker Face, Mr. Yellowstain. You read the Fed minutes, you do any of the, none of this, huh? That's right. So who did 9/11? Who's responsible? There's one man that's responsible. I'll give you a hint. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11 did it. So which president did drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? Remember the dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower? Oh, and the tower is actually decorated with the sun god Satan myth of the one who had sex, his wife, with his son. So there's a little hint. Who do you think did Blind 11? I can tell you, Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did oil deals for near decades with the Bushes. Stay the fuck out of the Bushes. You don't listen to me. No, Bush did not do 9/11. Absolutely not. He's a puppet on a string, whether it was Daddy Bush or Baby Bush. Remember, more people had voted for Al Gore than any other president in the history of the United States of America, and they gave you Baby Bush. Fuck off. Same thing with Clinton. Donald Trump did 9/11. Don't be fucking stupid. There's no other YouTuber blogging this out. I have all the math to prove it. I have all the Tesla technology. I have every reason why he would. And he decorates his house with 9/11. 9/11, Revelation 9/11. He decorates his house with the king that's locked up in the pit, the 7th king of Revelation. You're an idiot. So, and be gotten away with it the whole time, right? So nobody else did it. He did it, and everybody else followed his suit. Mr. Barack Obama, a known homosexual, His name is Barry, not Barack Obama was his uncle. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about your history. You just let him write it for you. So the man responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes is the current 11. Let's go back in time, like, then we'll go back to the future, but we'll skip Joe and go back to 4 plus 5 is 9 and 4 plus 7 is 11. So who did it? President 9/11. Who's responsible for 9/11? Oh, his house is decorated with that same 9/11 sun god, Baphomet, the one with breast. Yeah. When he says God, he's not talking about the Most High. He's talking about Satan, you idiots. His fucking house is decorated with Satan. Trump 2028. Fuck you, you idiot. You're voting for somebody who decorates his house with Satan. This is what kind of people these thumpsters are. All we do is win, win, win. Fucking Gemini. Nobody's angry, you dumbass. You're dumb, 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 dumb. So don't fly that flag in here. Burn it, Stoner Connection. 6. Hold on, I recognize. I got to take this call. I recognize this number. Hold on. All right, thank you. Not a theory, you fucking dumb prick. It's the facts. You don't like it, it's too bad. You don't know anything about the 11 Commission report. You didn't read any of these things. You don't know anything about Building 7, CIA quarters. You know nothing of 9/11. You're blind 11 is what. So get the fuck out of here. You don't have to stay here. Your comment was not even necessary. You could have just fucking left. That's what most people do. They just shut the fuck up when they don't believe something, right? And they go somewhere else. Fuck off. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't add up to me. Not in my spiritual calculator. Oh, you must be on that Common Core bullshit. Tell me 2 plus 2 equals 5, or like 2 consecutive negative, quarters of earning is not a recession. Get the fuck out of here. Let this shit slide. How long is this fucking, I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in fucking jail and she sits at his goddamn inaugural dinner. Fuck you. How many hundreds of millions of dollars were funneled into his bank account? Hundreds of millions of dollars for Hillary for prison. Buttons, banners, t-shirts, websites, Alex Jones, the whole fucking court going along with it. No wonder that fucking prick lost his wife and his wife took his kids, huh? What the fuck was I an idiot to go on that show? Do fucking deals with him, support his administration. Fuck Alex Jones. Fucking chump supporter. I would still watch his show, though, and discern all it, like I'd watch Bend Over Harley Halo Davidson and watch his show, too. But you need to discern all things. He'll give you 99 truths and a lie, so be careful. You just got to siphon off because he's a pig person in government. He works for the government. He's Mossad, in case you ain't figured it out. Who do you think did 9/11? Mr. Warp Speed, their Gentile Messiah, going to rule from Israel. It's hilarious. It's written in everything. You drop 3 steel buildings and you erect 144, 4 plus 4. Mr. Vomit, the transgender wife. Remember, they're doing this all in front of your face. Remember, I told you all of these first ladies have Adam's apples. You don't know how to portion a man, do you? No, I wouldn't tuck my tail and stay quiet, Vanderbilt. Fucking Alex knows who I am. I've goddamn been on the fucking show, you idiot. Fuck off. You don't know me. You don't even know who the fuck you're talking to. You don't know how many blogs, what I've done, so pound sand. I call Alex Jones to his face like if I ever saw Mr. Warp Speed, I'd say, hey, do you follow? Is your God the one that was born at Bethlehem? Or is yours the one that's birthed in the middle of the winter? Oh, yours is the one that's in the middle of the winter because your whole fucking house is decorated with that same god of Mithra. The god with the cock, the rooster. That's why they play their January ritual on you and make egg fucking prices go through the roof. Because he's the one with the cock, the rooster, the hen, the chicken. You're fucking idiots. It's January. It was a war. I warned this channel and told you they did it and skipped a year. Remember Skip Joe? They didn't do it the year prior, but the eggs were how fucking expensive the year prior to that? These are occult rituals. That's why I was able to tell you that they were going to do their e-god in February, and they were going to introduce Musk with his stinky fucking dog worship, the wolf, or God, or e-god, and Doge is when they came out with Doge. I'm not a prophet. I see what they put these things out in their white papers. I know the calendar. Remember, I know the celestial calendar. They do it by the calendar. So February was Lupercalia, the one with the wolf, Apollyon, that he has his house decorated. So it wasn't hard to say, guys, I'm going to flash you dog worship. Dog, 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 egod, wolf, dog. Then he comes out with his Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. That's egod. That's egod. That's dog backwards. You guys are just not watching. You don't speak their languages and you don't see it, but they put it in front of everybody. This is how blind the fucking American public is right now. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11. I don't need to say anything else. If you can't figure it out by that, then you don't know how to do simple math. Oh, you're stretching it. Oh, you're telling me that 81 fucking million people voted for Joe Biden? That motherfucker didn't even come out of his basement. So stop being an idiot. Remember Mr. Warp Speed leaving people in the fucking cold, selling out sports arenas? And they're going to put this fucking clown in office. I'm like, yeah, shut the fuck. All those Trumpers just went to sleep, didn't they? Fucking idiots, man. You'll see the most ignorant generation to ever walk this rock. They will write that the Trump general supporters, these fucking whatever they are, they were changed in the twinkling of an eye. Trump can do no wrong. He can do no wrong in their eyes. He can fucking murder somebody on fucking public television. Well, it's okay. It was for the cause. It's down in the X. We love him. All we do is win, win, win. So if you don't understand it, then go somewhere else. There's not another blogger, out there doing this. And look, I'm so dead over the fucking target that they're putting all the work of this ministry on the U.S. debt calculator. Mr. Debt himself. I'm going to hold on. Shh, I got a secret. Shh. I got a secret. Shh. I got a secret. Silver's the bank killer. Shh. Silver's the bank killer. That's right. Shh. They don't want you to. Silver's the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex. It takes a whole monster box, 5,000 of these, to put these, right, in the tip of a smart missile and make it. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, monster boxes at a time, on children's heads and women and soldiers. But shh, I got a secret. Shh. This is the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex. Shh. You see it right here? I got a secret. Secret window. You see, like Pisces, you see what I'm saying? See? You see what I'm saying? You see? Oh, you're crazy. Okay, I bring a sword of division that will divide. Matthew 10:34. Oh, let's go to the actual window here. This is still up there right now. To this day. Mr. Chump with his golden age of wonders. Golden age. Oh, and the super cycle. Follow your work camp straw man, because you're a straw man. I hope you've left your straw man, because this is where they're going to put you. If you follow this camp road, it comes right through here. And where does it head to? Oh, it goes to your FEMA camps, your Walmart super camps, your Super Bowl, like your halftime Super Bowl. Oh, these are millimeter. And he said he was going to build a wall. He never talked about building an actual wall you could see. See, that wall's invisible. Shh, I got a secret. So this is Walmart, brothers, sisters. They interned American citizens during World War II, and now they're doing it again. Like 923 executive orders allows Executive Order 11004 of the 923 executive orders to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. There's 923. Huh? Yep, it's the only action. Put you in their domes, in their millimeter domes, because you're a straw man. And who's going to do it? It's going to be the government. Is going to turn this over to the dragon. It says in Revelation 12, and then there was a sign in the heavens, the firmament, the virgin, clothed with the sun. This is Revelation 12, clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet. She will be in birth. I remember, because Jupiter entered into her belly, after passing, like Shiloh, declaring him the high priest of the church. And then she will have a crown of 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12 stars to make the crown of 12 stars. Yes, in Leo. Look at that. Revelation 12. And then it says, and then the dragon will be there to consume the child. That's when Trump turns us over to the dragon. No more China. No more America. Chimerica. America ever after. Welcome to your Walmart work camp. They did it during World War II. They do it again. So, yes, they did. They put American citizens in work camps. They were born right here in America. Their parents were born in Japan. Remember, we sanctioned them. Then Nagasaki, right? All that. Oh, wait, hold on. Pearl Harbor, Nagasaki. This is going the same stinking way. Clip the gold or the copper from 42 to 45. Clip the nickel. Oh, that's coming next. It's 14 cents to make a nickel. Audit the Fed. No, audit Fort Knox. It was Fort Knox when we put all that gold in Fort Knox. Boy, they're playing the same ritual over on you again. You know that? But you don't see it. So there's one man who's responsible for Blind 11. It's the man that's going to turn this country over to the dragon. And you're going to wake up one day and it's not going to be the end of the world because you want the end of the world. You want fucking Mad Max. But instead, you're probably going to get, well, what do they call that? Chicken Little? Hunger Games, because he who controls the food in this cycle. Remember when if the emperor can't feed they lose their reign over the people. This is that fifth age they talk about, that Kali Yuga, that special 400-year cycle. 4 times 5 is 2,000. Oh, that's 2,000. 4 times 500 cycles in the fifth cycle in the fifth age. Here we are, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail. Yep. Like that same image, but with a twist, like a figure 8, like an eternal with a twist, time never ending, overlapping itself. Time overlapping, eating itself. We're here right now. You just don't know. You think it's 2025 and you think there's 12 weeks in a calendar year or 12 months and there's 52 weeks. No, there's not. No, there's not. You're going by this other calendar, so you don't know what time it is. How come there is endless zombie films? Zombies is one of their things they love to push. Thanks for bringing that up. Because we already have zombies. The man decorates his fucking house with Satan, the sun god Satan. Donald Trump, the 47th, 11. 4 plus 7 is 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. President 9/11 has his house decorated with the sun god that's locked up in Revelation 9/11. Apollyon. Is that by chance? You know, Apollyon, Nimrod, remember the Arch of Triumph to enter into the tower, was 58 stories tall. 58 stories. You're telling me they just did that by chance? He lives on the 66 penthouse floor of a 58-story tower. That they didn't mean to do that on purpose, right? That was just coincidence, right? Okay, so it's coincidence that he actually decorates his house with Satan then. Okay, maybe what a mistake. Oh, now, does anybody know how actually tall those 58-story towers are? Down to the Dead is my favorite. So it couldn't be more obvious, guys. So there is one man that's responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. It's President Blind 11. You're just blind to it. Remember, I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in prison. She sat 3 bodies away from him at his first inaugural dinner with his sisters. Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton, in case you hadn't figured it out. Donald Trump is Joe Biden. The whole system is 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. Don't matter if it's an elephant, a Democrat, or a bloodbakin. Okay? A mass murder in chief. Which lollipop are you licking, red or blue? Astro Pop, Mr. Warp Speed? Come on. Who else is exposing this president for being responsible and having the Tesla technology? Why do you think he has Musk on his side? Why do you think Musk called his line Tesla? They had a car that could go over 1,000 miles on a single charge in the 1800s. That's old technology. And this stinky muskrat can't get his dust sweeper that rust and apparently not enough nickel to go 500 miles. That thing looks like a fucking dustpan driving down the road. You know you flip them off when they drive by. Admit it. You flip them off too. You do. You flip them off when they drive down the road, or you just let them go on by. You just love your dust sweeper, don't you? come on, guys, don't be hateful. You know, like I said, the person driving the car is just an idiot, but whatever I can, it's like a magnet. Somebody goes, oh, yeah, I know I do. Hey, whatever, I try not to. Like, don't. But you just see that dustpan coming a million miles away. You're like, dude, get out of here, man. You know, like I said, and it's all right. I have no qualms towards the people in there. They're just useful idiots. They really are. Come on, guys. I mean, these charging stations and shit, they don't make no sense. I mean, the damn car will drive you to the fucking police station. Fuck those cars. That car will drive you to the goddamn police station if they so choose. So fuck those dustpans. And fuck Elon Musk, too. He's a stinky fucking muskrat. And he's got his boring glass hole machines, and he's ready for these camps so that when they have these camps, they're going to put people in from underneath. This could be like Hunger Games. Watch, I figure this out at 3 a.m. the other morning. Sometimes that's the best time in the whole world is the a.m., the 3 a.m. I think they called it the witching hour or whatever. I don't do no witches or none of that bullshit. But see these camps? See these domes, these Walmart domes that you're going to get put in these megalithic super cities, Super Bowls? Maybe you could go 15 minutes one way and 15 minutes to the other. So this Super Bowl dome, they're underneath there, they've got glass holes. Musk has been boring. The same thing, they've been stealing your tax dollars. This will come, brothers and sisters, too. When the sun arc discharges our magnetosphere, and you'll know because we're going to have massive auroral events, which we already are. These is an aurora. Okay, this is caused from the weakened magnetosphere. This is the magnetic protection from our sun. It's like a dome. It looks just like this. Okay, it goes both ways. It literally goes both ways. As is above, so is below. It's called a toroidal field. Okay, and this is made. If you took a magnet, such as this. No, Jesus will not return before this happens. You're an idiot. Fuck you with your stupid rapture bullshit. Get the fuck out of here with that garbage. There's no such thing as rapture. He said he put 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea. There's a need demanding. Time is no more. So there's no getting out of here. Christ never comes back to this rock in a sense. You're a fucking idiot. Get out of here. You're an idiot. Shut the fuck up. You believe in some stupid rapture bullshit. There ain't going to get it out of here. Too much ellipsis we must go through, Paul said. So if you wrap this magnet with copper and you spun it in a circle, it would create electricity, period. It's a toroidal field. That's how the Hebrew language is spoken. Most people don't even know what the hell they're talking about. They don't have any idea what they're talking about. Like they think they know Jesus. I can guarantee. Let's ask this dark wolf. Dark wolf, tell me what halakha is. Tell me what Haggadah is. If you don't know what halakha is or Haggadah is, you don't know God, you don't know Jesus, you don't know shit. You do not know what he did when he came here. You're a fucking idiot is what you are. So don't speak up because you're not even supposed to be adding any letters, periods, jots, tittles, or even your own opinion, or you'll get your name blotted out. I'm trying to be charitable. I apologize for the cursing. So you're not welcome here, Lloyd. Okay, so there's no God in the sky, I can tell you that. These people, probably 20 of these people in here, believe in a sky daddy God, that God's in the sky. That's the same reason why he divorced his bride Israel. They thought gods were in the sky. Same idiocracy going on today. They think heaven's above their head. Heaven is not above their heads. They're idiots. These people believe in a word called rapture. Look how fucking stupid these fucking idiots are. Apologize for my cursing. This is Rapture, Indiana, right here. Rapture, and get out of here early. It's a sad group of fucking Lucifer generation of fucking people who are just idiots. They're morons. They're not idiots. Idiot means they don't know. They literally think, oh my God, there's Lucifer is the morning star. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. Shut the fuck up. You got to sit there and pull that shit on me. That word Lucifer was added way later in text, and it's only written one fucking time. So it's not even a word. There's no such word as Lucifer. But yet you have genres of generations now that have said, oh, I'm a Luciferian, and Lucifer is this and that, trying to compare Lucifer to Satan. That's not what Lucifer is not a word. It's like the Easter Bunny. It's not real. There's no fucking Easter Bunny. Santa Claus, not real. There was a Saint Nick, but Santa Claus, that's not real. Who the hell told you that? You know that a demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. They used to pray to their ancestors, have communion, try to communicate, open up portholes, and for fortunes to their deities, little demons, gods, G-gods, it's called demon. They replaced that with the word devil. That used to be a compliment in history, the word demon. Now people turn it into something like an alien. There's no such thing as an alien. An alien is a word that's foreign. Foreign to you, that means it's not something you know that would be called alien. Not it doesn't have a physical existence. Yet people have made up aliens. People have made up this story about like fallen angels having big, massive, tall, like 100-foot tall dudes having sex, like nearly fucking school bus sized cocks, and they're ramming them into little 5-foot women. Didn't that story always wonder? That don't feel right. That don't sound right. I mean, I didn't even go there because I don't even talk about that. This is all. No, you're an idiot. Shut the fuck up. See, this is the kind of bullshit. This is a demon right here. This is actually the word Nephilim. Let me show you the word Nephilim. Nephilim means a bully. So this is the description of a Nephilim. Nephilim isn't a giant. Nephilim doesn't have anything to do with how tall somebody is. Inches, feet. So get that out of your fucking head. Get a lexicon, define the damn words. You might know what the hell you're talking about. Hell is not a place. Hell's the word bis. Busos or bathos. He said, my people shall perish for lack of abyss. I'll throw them in the abyss. See, hell's not even a place either. Heaven's not above your head. There's no such word as devil. No such word as Lucifer. This word they use now, Jesus. Who the fuck is Jesus? The letter J is not. I have all the books right here. I have the rejected text, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I have all the interlinear Textus Receptus, all the Old New Testament. Never once say the word Jesus. You really hope no one falls for this. Okay, well, Dark Wolf, get the fuck out of here, okay? You just don't like it because you got put in your place. So guess what? It's already decided. It's already decided who's going to have their names blotted out by self and who's a vessel of wrath. So you can sit there and don't worry, it's going to fall on deaf ears. He does not remove the scales. That means apocalypse, you fucking idiot. It means to lift the veil, to pull the scales off of the eyes of those that are blind, and he reveals those things. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive. Knocking I will come sup with you. So get out of here, Wolf. God bless you. What did I fucking sneeze or something? You're not supposed to bless people when they sneeze, brothers, sisters. These fucking idiots like this Dark Wolf person used to think that people had a demon. And there was something that was going to open up a doorway and possess them. Shut the fuck up, Wolf. You're an idiot. Don't come back here ever again. God is not written in these books ever one single time. This is what an idiot looks like, guys. This is what a demon looks like. What Nephilim looks like. See, in this word, it doesn't say God. There's no vowels in Hebrew. I have the 53 canonized book right here. Never once is there one Hebrew vowel. So who the fuck is God? Who is God? Who is Jesus? This Jesus that you speak of is called a translation.